Take one, yeah.
Probably want to read it.
If it was only that easy.
Good evening. Thank you for coming tonight. This call the Budget Appropriations Committee meeting to order at 6:30. I want to thank you for coming. I just want to give one update before we do have a guest. We actually have two guests available to us tonight. There is a motion dealing with leasing of buses. That motion will be remaining in committee without being discussed tonight, as there is additional information that needs to be obtained by the committee before any decision can be made on that. There'll be additional information coming both from the school side as well as from our administration. Additional due diligence needs to be done in that area. So that issue is just being tabled for tonight. And the next issue deals with the H.L. Bloom transportation contract. I recognize Ms. Parika.
I will recuse myself at this time for that because it is a conflict of interest for me, so. Enjoy your conversation.
Thank you for stopping by.
My pleasure.
With that, the motion, Mr. Wake, from the docket of May 5th, 2015, I entertain a motion to approve the request of the school department to exercise the first option year to the H.L. Bloom transportation contract that was initially entered into on July 1st, 2012, and was approved at the March 17th, 2015 school committee meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Before us tonight, we requested that Mr. Mark Furtado from school budgets, from the administration side of the schools, come before us. I'll have to have Mark clarify your title for me. I apologize for that. But we've asked Mark, because he's also the one that sent us the information, the backup and information, to provide additional information on this contract, as well as to answer individual questions you may have regarding this 1 year one year contract extension for the bus company. We have gone through 3 years with the Bloom Company, and this is the first. There's two possible 1 year extensions to the contract. This is the request from the school sides to extend it by 1 year. Mr. Mark Furtado, if you could come to the podium, please. Thank you. I apologize for the title.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for coming. The bus contract, there is a benefit to the bus contract. There are some questions regarding the bus contract that I know some of my colleagues have. But my understanding is it's for each of the large buses, we would be going up to 326 per bus per day.
Correct.
And that currently it's 324.
Yes.
If we were to extend it another year beyond this year, it would be 328?
Yes.
Okay, because one of my colleagues thought it needed to go all the way up to 328. 326 is a better number, but I just want to make sure that we would clarify. Okay. There's 0.5% on the large buses, and there's 11 of the smaller buses. That's also 0.5% in the increase.
Right.
That's my understanding. Are there any other changes within the contract, or just that piece?
The school committee changed a policy regarding fee for service. That is part of the specification of the bid, which therefore is part of the contract.
Right.
So we have to inform the vendor of the change in circumstance.
My understanding with that is currently we've been using 28 of the large buses, although it's contracted for 29.
Yes, sir.
Which, because we haven't been using 29th bus, gives us a little, I don't want to say play in the budget, but it allows for, if there's a need for, if other areas maybe go up, there's been some area where there's been some ability to shift some funds around if that bus wasn't used. My understanding is because of the change in policy, that would probably not be able to exist.
We anticipate, without having done the routing yet, that we would use 29 buses. There's a provision in the contract for adding buses or subtracting buses, either way. So you have to come up with an estimated number of buses so that you can do an apples-to-apples comparison with other bids.
Right.
So that number is 29 and 11.
Okay.
But there's provisions in the contract to go up or down depending on the needs of the community at that time.
Okay. All right. I'm set. Questions for my colleagues? Mr. Churchill.
Is the up and down schedule fee the same?
Same per day cost,
Either way.
either way.
All right, sir, thank you.
Anything, Mr. Denley, I believe you had some questions regarding the Bloom contract.
Yeah, so I kind of went through it today. I think the pricing numbers are good. We are non-compliant with a bunch of sections, but I think Ms. Gould talked to Mr. Furtado, and we're gonna try and get into compliance with lots of these sections. So I'll support it. I think it's a good monetary policy.
So you're okay?
Yeah.
Mr. Conti?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My envision of this is that state law prevents the school department of having a 5-year contract without municipal council approval. They can only go to 3 years. They entered a 3-year with 2 renewable years in a potential 5-year contract with the bus company. This is year 4. The only reason why they need municipal council is to go beyond the 3 years. My understanding also is that to stop now and to go out to bid to all invitation numbers would be a disruptive process, likely resulting in higher bus costs.
Correct.
Good. I thought maybe I misunderstood something.
No, you're right on target.
Thank you.
Recently, North Attleboro just went out for a bid, and their costs are going up 10% in the first year, 7 the second, and 9 the third year, for a total of 26% over 3 years, which North Attleboro doesn't really need right now. So if they're doing that in that situation, I certainly would like not to have to force this to a rebid at this point.
Thank you. I just wanted to vocalize what my understanding
Yes.
was, because I thought after the conversation took a left turn in the last meeting, that maybe I was missing something, and it doesn't look like I have.
No.
All right, good, thank you.
From a budgetary standpoint, I like that we're going in this direction this year. It may not be the same way in the future, but at this point, I like where we're at and where the numbers shake out in a budgetary standpoint. Certainly, in speaking with Ms. Gould and speaking briefly with Mr. Denley, that he had a number of questions, and there's a number of policies that I think are in the contract that may have gone through some cracks. And that you're already taking steps to make sure that before the end of this school year, and certainly within the next school year, that those policies within the contract have been satisfied.
Yes, sir.
And that's really all that I think we're looking for, to make sure that not only are the kids transported in good, clean buses, but they're done in a safe, efficient, and a manner that best represents the way we would want them to be done in the city of Attleboro. And I think from our standpoint, certainly the questions that I couldn't answer last week, that we couldn't answer without your support and additional information, that I think those are the times when we ask the questions, or any one of us asks the questions, and it causes a department to go, oh yeah, I am supposed to be doing that. Oh yeah, there is somebody supposed to be, and for whatever reason, some of the things got dropped. And now that everybody's on the same wavelength, those areas can be taken care of, and I think for the good of all the citizens, but certainly the children. Mr. Blair?
Excuse me, thanks for coming tonight. Next year, I would hope that you would have this ironed out a little earlier in the year, just in case you'd want to rebid it.
I think, and this is pure speculation, but I think the provisions of the current contract are the best fiscal outcome you're going to see for the next 24 months.
Okay.
I think there'd be significant risk in going out to bid. Now, that being said, if you have some non-performance issues, you certainly have to do that. But as long as the system and the vendor are working properly, I would strongly counsel to not go out to bid.
You feel it's to our advantage to stay with this 2-year extension then, basically?
Yeah, there's a lot of justification for increasing the rates that are tied to health insurance and paid days off for part-time employees, which this industry is full of, that are behind some pretty significant increases that you don't want to see, despite the fuel situation, which is still very favorable compared to
Yeah,
what
what
it
it
was. So, the vendors are leveraging that reality, and as the chairman pointed out, North Attleboro had a very bad experience because of that.
Okay, but I would be assured that if you thought there was a problem next year, you'd start on it a lot earlier.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
For clarification, now this is a one-year extension. If we're going to exercise the other option,
Next
there'll be
year.
another vote next year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it looks like we will be approximately 24 months from now be revisiting the same issue. So just to make sure, we'd have to vote it. We would have
12 months.
12 months.
12 months, I'm sorry. 12 months from now, we'd be revisiting the same issue.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a
Miss-
question.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Thank you. Mr. Furtado, if, let's say at the end, not at the end of this extension, but at the end of the second extension, if we were to be, if the school committee was able to negotiate with the bus contractor another reasonable contract, would that be possible without going out to bid, or do you need to go out to bid at that point?
The document I have shows 10 years, and I don't know what was formally approved by the school committee and by the council. I do know we have up to 5 years. I wouldn't expect to exercise the next 5 that's in the proposal, because those have significant, 10, 12% increases in them. So we would be prudent to go back out to bid. The challenge is to get competition so that you get real numbers, and we have to think hard about how to do that. And again, in North Attleboro's case, in the last 16 years, they've had 5 bids. In 4 of the 5 bids, they only had a single vendor, the same single vendor, propose. So,
Yeah, and that's kind of why I asked the question. So thank you very much. I appreciate the answer.
Are there any other questions by my colleagues? Mr. Cooper, I apologize for having to start early, but I was directed to make sure I start at 6:30. There's to be no vote tonight on leasing, so we're in the Bloom contract.
Okay.
And Mr. Furtado is here. We were actually at the point where we're gonna go forward with the vote. I have brought it forward on the council for a, and it's been seconded by Mr. Waite. I also have Miss Gould here for any questions that we may have as well. So, regarding the Bloom contract, are there any specific questions that you would like to ask? I did ask him for clarification on the 326, 328 that you had asked on the council last week. 326 is the year 4. 328 would be the year 5 price per large bus.
Right, but I also don't have much of a voice, so
I'm sorry to put you on the spot as you walk in the door.
I thought we were, I guess the year 5 price to me was irrelevant because we were talking about it 1 year.
We are.
Okay, so that's
So
important clarification.
the year 4 price is $2 less than the year 5 price.
Right, and that price is what came out of the contract Linda, what Deb sent us.
326 is the year 4.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what was in the original contract signed 3 years ago.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And there was some question about late, and you may have answered this, and I apologize. There was some question about late fees and fuel surcharges. Were those?
Yes, sir.
Are those something that the school committee and or your department look at with some regularity outside of, what would be a reasonable start at the beginning of the school year, right? So we all know what happens the first, 10 days of school, but beyond that, is there some, do you live by the rules of the contract in regard to late busing beyond that kind of reasonable time?
Yeah, well, 2 separate things there. One, it has to do with performance, I think, is the question, and whether or not the routes are being done per the schedule that we require so that students can attend school. And just generically speaking, there'd be 2 two variables that would impact that. One would be us. If we're telling you, to drive to Norton, take a right, and, take a left at Taunton and come back and do it in 15 minutes, that's not gonna happen.
Right.
So if we're providing inputs, whether that be improper addresses, requiring you to stop at stops where there are no children, I mean, there's a whole laundry list of things, but if we are providing inputs that are causing you to perform that way, that's on us. We have to clean that up, and that was indeed the case this past year. I can't speak to prior to that, but it was pure us. We instructed them to do some things in terms of scheduling and routing that was unusual and caused enormous problems. On the other side of that, if the bus company is coming to us and saying, hey, we're serving Taunton with bus 17, and they're not getting back here on time, sorry about that. That clause in the contract that says you're going to pay a penalty for not adhering to our schedule requirements would come into play in that case. So if it's the vendor playing with the equipment or the drivers or the schedule and saying sorry, that clause would come into play, and we would certainly impose that. If it's us, and again, it was pretty much us this year, that doesn't apply. Regarding the fuel surcharge clause, the auditor made me aware of a concern, and what I did is I went back to the beginning of the contract and tracked the data by the contract requirements. We do have a claim for one period in that time that we are netting off of an invoice, which is the method prescribed in the contract, so.
Sure. Thank you.
Are you all set?
Yes, thank you.
So, what we had said is we had identified some areas where we felt some of the issues in the contract needed to be clarified or not clarified, because we had our information, but some of the pieces needed to be enforced by the school department, and Mr. Furtado is aware of that, but we're comfortable with that information being made available, that we're comfortable with moving forward tonight. And again, I feel like I'm rushing you, but we're voting out of committee tonight, the Bloom contract to be able to be brought up later on before the full council. So your chance to ask any other questions for any of my colleagues to Mr. Furtado. If anyone needs to see Miss Gould, I can also have Miss Gould come up if there's any questions that anybody would specifically have for her. If we feel comfortable, go ahead.
I don't have any for either one
Okay.
at this point. I think I won't vote, since I wasn't here when you read it, I'm not gonna vote the committee
That's fine.
level, but I will vote
Vote on
when
the
you
full-
read it again the next time.
On the
Just
full council,
procedurally, I don't know what
I
the
respect
right
that.
thing to do is, so in the absence of that, I'm not gonna.
Okay, no, and Mr. Blair is here, and he can be my third at this
Okay.
point, if that's fine.
Thank you.
Last call, any questions? Hearing none, I move for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. As I've said, and Mr. Furtado, I want to thank you again for coming in and for answering all the questions over the phone and
No problem.
emails and whatnot over the last week or so. Again, we're tabling the lease for busing information until we have more data from both the school committee as well as our administration in the building.
Yep.
At that, I move to adjourn budget appropriations.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned at 6:49. I was told to adjourn by 6:50. We're adjourned. Thank you.
What a good doobie you
Hey,
are.
I
Yeah.
try to stay within what I'm told to do. Again, Mark, I'm sorry to kind of put you on the spot.
It's all right.
Yeah.
I've been,
You want
I might
a
need,
mint?
I might
The
do
sweet ones and the peppermint.
Shannon, Peter Shannon will be here.
understand why it's an emergency situation.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please, if you have any cell phones or electronic devices, if you please shut them off at this time, because it does interfere with our broadcast, AACS.
Oh, how are you doing? Great.
Approval of the records. I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of April 7th, 2015.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. I entertain a motion to approve the minutes of April 21st, 2015.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. At this time, we will be suspending the rules this evening. This evening, we will be taking things out of order. The mayor's communication and other communications will be read into the record first. We have an emergency measure and the following reading of the mayor's communication. Mass Deputy Regional Director Millie Garcia Serrano, I believe, will appear before the council to discuss the emergency measure relative to the Finberg Field site remediation. I entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
Second.
Starting, roll call, starting from my left.
Mr. Dent.
See. Mr. Dudley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill? Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Perica?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Acting President, Mr. Blair?
Yes,
11 yeas, no nays.
10 years.
thank you.
Motion passed.
Would you please read the mayor's communication, acting city clerk?
May 5th, 2015. Dear Municipal Councilors, I respectfully submit a communication from Administrative Assistant Linda Alger regarding a donation of a VitaPure water cooler with an estimated retail value of $100 for the Municipal Council. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous gift to the City of Attleboro, and copies are in your packet.
Refer to city property and claims, please.
Thank you.
I respectfully submit a communication from Superintendent of Wastewater Paul Kennedy regarding the residential meter replacement program and the shared meter expense between the city, waters, and wastewater enterprise departments. During fiscal year 2014, the Water Department purchased 1,411 water meters and miscellaneous parts at a total cost of $284,263.60, or $201.40 each. Out of the 1,411 water meters, 915 meters were installed at locations that have water and sewer accounts, and the remaining 496 were installed at locations with water accounts only. Wastewater Enterprise is responsible to pay for 915 meters at a shared cost of 50% of their value. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $92,172.53 from account 6000-359000 wastewater enterprise retained earnings to account 6000-553150 wastewater-water meter supplies, for which time the accounting department will work with the wastewater department to transfer the funds to the Water Enterprise Fund. Copies in your packet.
You referred to capital improvement and city development.
As you know, the construction of the animal shelter continues to move forward. As you may further know, Sections 9-37.1 and 9-43 of Chapter 9, Licenses and Permits of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro provide that all late fees collected for the license of dogs shall be reserved for the animal shelter building fund, subject to further appropriation. Therefore, in accordance with Sections 9-37.1 and 9-43 of the Chapter 9 Licenses and Permits of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to appropriate $19,100 in Fund 2508 Animal Shelter towards the completion of the new animal shelter.
Preferred budget and appropriations, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Acting Superintendent of Water Paul Kennedy regarding the need for funds to upgrade the electrical service at the water plant. Over the years, the electrical system that powers the pretreatment works at the water plant have become unreliable and is no longer adequate. These repairs were put out to bid, and the lowest bidder was in the amount of $20,200. I am also requesting a 10% project contingency for any unforeseen issues in the amount of $2,020. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to appropriate $22,220 from account 6100-35900 Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings to account 6100-530101 Water Enterprise Fund Professional Services. Copies are in your packet.
Thank you. Referred capital improvement, city development.
I respectfully submit a communication from the Director of Planning and Development, Gary Arasian, regarding the need for funding in the overtime account. The need for additional funds is due to an increase in both the hourly rate and evening meeting hours as compared to last fiscal year. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $520 from account 1124100-5783000 citywide reserve fund for transfer to account 1175100-513000 planning overtime. Upon approval, the available balance in the reserve fund for transfer will be $38,770.97.
Thank you. Referred personnel and human services.
In order to properly budget and account for wages earned through June 30th, it is necessary to fund the accrued payroll, which has historically been referred to as a 53rd pay week. Therefore, in order to provide sufficient funding for the accrued payroll, I respectfully request your honorable body to transfer $94,543.19 from account 1124100-578360 citywide reserve for compensation 53rd week, and to appropriate $40,311.85 from account 1000-359000 undesignated fund balance / free cash to accounts as follows.
Can you skip the account numbers?
I'll waive reading the
Okay.
account numbers if you would, please.
$594.88 account, council salary. $3,170.47 mayor salary and wages. $987.54 to budget administration salary. $775 to audit salary and wages. $842.30 assessor salary. $1,100.86 collector salary. $1,779.91 clerk salary. $1,134.71 planning and land use salary. $54,025.71 police salary. $39.68 parking enforcement salary. $53,250 fire salary and wages. $2,875.54 to protective inspection salary and wages. $340.04 animal control salary. $7,935.91 to public safety salary. $2,851.38 to health salary. $2,339.69 to council on aging salary and wages. And $910.42 to veteran salary.
Excuse me, Ms. Ravad. 790, $7,935.91
To
was
Public
Public
Works
Works.
salary.
I think you said public safety.
Oh, did I? Oh, okay. Public
Okay.
Works salary.
Okay.
Thank you. In addition, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $14,835.57 from account 6000-578360 wastewater reserve for 53rd week and to appropriate $756.09 from account 6000-359000 wastewater enterprise fund retained earnings to account 6000-511000 wastewater enterprise fund salaries. Finally, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $11,165.11 from account 6100-578360 water enterprise fund reserved for 53rd week to account 6100-511000 water enterprise fund salaries.
Refer to budget and appropriations.
I respectfully submit a communication from the Director of Planning and Development, Gary Arazian, regarding the Handy Street conservation restriction. I respectfully request that the Municipal Council, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 184, Section 32, and Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, approve the grant by the Attleboro Conservation Commission of a conservation restriction more fully described in the document set forth as Attachment A to the Attleboro Land Trust Incorporation and the Massachusetts Audubon Society Incorporation on 2 parcels of land located in the city of Attleboro, Massachusetts, as described in deeds recorded at Book 21685, page 270, and Book 21685, page 274, in the Bristol North District Registry of Deeds. I further request that the Municipal Council, in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53A, hereby approve the acceptance by the Attleboro Conservation Commission of $25,000 paid in consideration of the above referred conservation restriction.
Thank you. Refer to budget and appropriations.
I respectfully submit a communication from Legal Secretary Allison Wood regarding surplus items that the Water Department would like to declare surplus, and hereby respectfully request your honorable body to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. Copies in your packet. We have 240 water meters used.
City property and claims.
I respectfully submit a communication from Chief of Police Kyle P. Hegney regarding the need for additional funds to continue using the services of a janitorial company. As you are aware, on March 17, 2015, your honorable body transferred funds for the police department to use the services of a janitorial company to clean the police station due to the police custodian being out on sick leave. This individual will be out of work for several more months, and this service will need to continue for at least the remainder of this fiscal year. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $6,717.08 from account 1210100-511000 police salary and wages full-time to account 1210100-524011 police building maintenance. Copies are in your packet.
Public safety and emergency management, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from the Superintendent of Park and Forestry, Aurelio Almeida, regarding the donation of 8 trees to Cell Cove, 2 Tupelo,
Tupelo.
2 sweet gum, and 2 honey locust for the use in the city of Attleboro from National Grid. The total estimated value is $205,000.
$2,500.
25. Did I say 20? $2,500. In accordance with Section 1-2 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous gift to the City of Attleboro. Copies are in your packet.
City property and claims.
Thank you.
As you are aware, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, Mass DEP, has provided us with the results of a recent audit at Finberg Field. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body appropriate $80,900 from Fund 8455 Stabilization Fund to account 1510100-530101 Health Professional Services. In accordance with Article 2, Section 2-9B of the City Charter of the City of Attleboro, I respectfully request your honorable body to consider this an emergency measure.
Budget and Administration.
We are reconciling accounts for the end of the fiscal year and found there is a need for funds in the citywide streetlights account due to the increased usage and rate increase. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body appropriate $40,000 from account 1000-359-000 undesignated fund balance / free cash to account 1124100-521030 citywide streetlights.
Public Works.
We are reconciling counts for the end of the fiscal year and found that there is a need for the funds in the city-wide water and sewer accounts due to an increase of usage. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body transfer $19,000 from account 1124100-578300 citywide reserve fund for transfer to the following. $12,000 to account 1124100-521005 citywide water, and $7,000 to account 1124100-521006 citywide sewer. Upon approval, the available balance in the reserve fund for transfer will be $19,770.97.
Thank you. Public Works, please.
I respectfully submit a communication from Fire Chief Scott T. LaChance regarding the need for funds for a prior year longevity payment due to a change in credible service date for an employee. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $150 from account 1124100-5783000 citywide reserve fund for transfer to account 122-01000-514035 fire prior year longevity. Upon approval, the available balance in the reserve fund for transfer will be $19,620.97. Copies are in your packet.
Public Safety and Emergency Management.
Sincerely, Kevin J. Dumas, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other communication?
Yes, we do. Application for a 2015 Hackney Carriage Public Stand License from Pools City Cab, 70 Park Street, Attleboro, Mass. for 9 cabs.
License Committee, please.
Applications for 2015 renewal Hackney Carriage driver's licenses from James David Filbert, 37 Pleasant Street, number 6, Norton, Mass. Jeffrey A. Hunt, 53 Emery Street, Attleboro, Mass. Karen Elizabeth Smith, 38 North Main Street, Attleboro, Mass. Jeffrey C. Fasulo, 65 North Main Street, Attleboro, Mass. Kathleen A. Cade Burks, 168 North Main Street, Attleboro, Mass. And Dennis R. O'Donnell, 126 Wilmot Street, Attleboro, Mass.
Licensing Committee, please.
Application for a 2015 Hawkers and Peddlers license from Renee Lum, 62 Sycamore Avenue, Attleboro, Mass. to sell food, novelties, and beverages.
Licensing Committee, please.
Communication from Gerald F. Chase, 48 Nick Rock Road, Attleboro, Mass. relative to the joint public hearing to amend sections of the ordinance pertaining to the asphalt and concrete plants.
Elections and legislative matters, please.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to call Deputy Regional Director Millie Garcia Serrano to the podium, please. Or the mayor first? I'm sorry. We can both come up. I'm real generous tonight.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Acting President, members of the council. We're just going to be briefly before you this evening. As you are aware from what the information I had sent to you previously was a summary page as well as a short memorandum outlining the need of what we have to do over at Finberg Field. If you recall, back in the fall of 2014, we had sent down some required work that we needed to do as some follow-up to a 10-year audit, which was a little bit greater than 10 years. But that necessary work was required for our LSP, CDM Smith, to do some additional work. And through that additional work and working in conjunction with Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection, it led to what we have outlined to you were 6 locations that were found inside the fence area and 7 locations that were found outside the fence area. And that fence area is what delineates the parking lot to the wetlands. And those 7 spots with elevated lead levels are outside the fence area, and then the wetlands are not accessible to the public. So that was deemed with DEP and CDM Smith as no risk. So those areas are not being addressed and are not being required to be addressed. But what is being required to be addressed are the 6 locations that are inside the fenced-in area that are in various parts of the field. I had made sure that we got a map out that had indicated those 6 areas. And you can see that it is outside the area of the baseball fields, and there's 2 locations there, and there's 4 locations inside what used to be the area of the old tennis court area. And what is required, as you may be aware, this site has a long history. It was a landfill that was addressed back in the late 70s into the 80s and 90s. And there's been a lot of work that's been done at this site, and an activity use limitation, what we refer to as an AUL, was put onto the property. And before you go down and do any specific required work, site excavation work on this area, we have to have a LSP on site. We're not required to dig down more than 3 feet without disturbing any type of area that is out there, because it is a capped area and it is allowed and approved for recreational use. But of course, it could never be used for any type of other uses other than the things that are outlined for the city to be able to go through and to use it for. And through the audit process, things will come up, and these are areas that need to be addressed. One of the things that I highlighted that was important in my memorandum to you, and that was on the 1-page outline, was the fact that there is no imminent threat or risk to health and safety, which is something that's very important for you to know and as well for the public to know. And that these are areas that do have higher than acceptable lead levels that need to be addressed. Now, one can certainly go through and to be identified to say, there are different ways of dealing with this. We feel that the best way as a permanent resolution for these types of issues that come up in these 6 areas is to go in 3-foot by 3-foot area, to go down, extract and remove and backfill with clean material. The contaminated material that's above the associated risk levels is then removed and sent to a proper facility that our LSP will go through and to make sure that that's done in the proper manner. Also, with the assistance of Mass DEP, Millie Garcia Serrano, you may recognize her. She works for our Brownfield support team for the city, and she's also the person that we deal with at Mass DEP for any one of our Brownfield sites, and of course, this is one of them here in the city. And so, Mass DEP will also be on site and assisting with the licensed site professional and the excavators that will be doing the work to be able to go through and to help save some money. So the $80,900 cost is not only for the excavation work that's required and the backfill of clean material. This will also be for the oversight. This will also be for all of the reporting, the updated activity use limitation, AUL, activity use limitation reports, and all of the updated reporting filings that are required by Mass DEP. But Mass DEP will also be on site with the LSP as they do this work to be able to make sure that they're doing things not only according to the policy and plan, but to also be able to monitor to say, you know what, the information, the fill that you're pulling out, this is within scope, that doesn't need to be, why don't you just a little bit more over here, to be able to provide on-site assistance, which will also help save the city money, which I'm also grateful that the state agency is willing to have that partnership with cities and towns, especially with the relationship that we have with Millie here on this site. And that we come to a more permanent solution. And I certainly think that, you know, there are areas that you could do. You could certainly go through and just pave over a certain area, but that doesn't really get to a permanent solution, because if you just pave over it, what happens with pavement? There are cracks that get exposed, and there are different things that can happen. So we're looking to be able to have a more of a permanent resolution for the 6 areas that have been identified. This is what has been come to a resolution between our licensed site professional and Mass DEP, and Millie has been working with our LSP to get to a final resolution for these 6 spots. And something that we're looking for to get done as soon as possible. And as I also outlined, was the fact that not only to be able to make sure that the farmers market can be up and running by the required time frame, we can have all this work. If you approve this funding, we can have it finished and completed by June 20th, which is only a number of weeks away, but we can have this done in the proper format that we need to, but also to allow for full summer use and activity in our recreational facility here in the city of Attleboro.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure.
Any of my colleagues have a question for the mayor? Brian?
Thank you. Mayor, sort of like when you do home improvement, you open up the walls and there's other problems. Is there any chance that when we start removing materials that this could get worse, or a situation where we would have to increase, there's a transfer of nearly 81,000, that it would require additional funds for a more involved correction to the problem?
I can tell you that the LSP has gone through and done site probes all over the required area of the field. As you can see on the map that I had sent to you folks, you could see that there's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's got to be at least 30, 40 on here total of the site probes that they've gone through, and to look at the different areas. This is extracting exactly in the 3-foot by 3-foot section where the well is. And so if there were more, you can see what areas where they hit a more of a higher concentration level. You can see specifically in the area to the left of the middle of where the tennis court used to be.
Yes.
It's denoted by 31, 32, 29A, and 29B.
Yes.
They'll go through and do more excavated work in that area if they have higher levels. So when they went through and they did 4 test pits in that area, you can see that they stopped, because the information that was coming from that area, it delineated specifically what was happening in 29A and 29B, and it was only specifically in that area of what needed to be addressed. If they continued to see more activity, they would have expanded the scope greater than what they did in that area. So they have delineated the issue specifically right in that area. So the only exposure that we have, and the only things that were coming from the test wells that were done, were specifically and isolated to the lead. So that's all that we're dealing with, is specifically the lead. So it's not, if they were going through and that they were doing some testing and they had did a test probe and then it showed many more things other than lead, we would then have additional exposure. So the only exposure that we have from all of the test borings that we have done in this area, is specifically as it relates to the levels that we have to deal with that are above the acceptable limits, and it only shows lead.
Okay. So we're looking solid at just this piece?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Conte?
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. Mayor, I think I just heard you say that the scope of work for this study, of which we've only received the map, was to search only for lead. Is that correct?
This was to search for specifically, they did the audit. The audit was specific as it related to following up on all of the items that they had did back in the 70s and 80s and into the early 90s. It was an audit of all of the material. They had did testing on all of the required areas, and the only thing that popped as a matter of above acceptable levels was lead. So they tested it for multiple variety of things, that what was required as a follow-up of the audit. So it wasn't just looking for lead, it was looking for all acceptable levels throughout the entire facility of all of these test pits that you see on this map, and it was for all of the things that they had did the original cleanup for, which was much more than just lead, and these were the only things that specifically popped as for above acceptable limits for lead.
So these test pits shown on this map were done in 1980.
No, these are,
These were test pits that were done in 2014 as a revised, and you can see at the bottom, the date of this map was April 2015. This is a revision from the audit that we were required to do, which you provided funding for in 2014.
Okay, so I
So
guess
they
I
did
still
test
don't
pits throughout the
understand.
entire site, and the only thing that was found for above acceptable levels was lead. 6 spots inside the fenced-in area that I've circled for you in green, and that they're marked with red dots. And as I started tonight, and I talked about outside the fence area, which is in the wetland that's not accessible to the public and not deemed any type of risk, with the 7 red dots outside the fenced-in area.
Yeah, my copy's in black and white. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go.
So, why, Mr. Mayor, did you just give us the map and not the entire plan?
I'm sorry?
Why did you just give us a copy of the map and not the entire plan? The licensed site professional report of the survey?
I'm sorry, that was back from 2014. It was something that was processed with CDM Smith.
There's a report that goes with this map, isn't there, Mr. Mayor, that details what was found in this survey for 2014?
This was, yes, the things that I've outlined, and I just provided you just with a one-page summary.
This was all we received from the licensed site professional?
No. This was just a one-page summary that I did for you that highlighted the 6 spots and the 7 spots that were listed here.
Okay, so
I
my
have
question is...
a more detailed, specific report with other things in it that specifically talks about the necessary information that needs to be done. It explains the $80,900, what makes up that amount, and the schedule and budget. So I just did a summary for you here, and I provided the detail of the specific items that are on here.
Okay, so, Mayor, I would like the rest of the proposal.
Sure, I have it right here.
I have a couple more questions, if it's okay. What I'd like to hear is a little bit more clarification on Councilor Kirby's question about scope creep. As we are going forward with this program, this $80,000 program, we have someone on site to determine whether or not additional areas need to be excavated. And there's testing done of the soil being removed, that's my understanding. And if something is found, copper, cadmium, or another element, then that could change future studies or future exposure?
The reason why we have additional site people with us from DEP on site is not to do more, it's actually to do less. So they're looking at the actual soils coming out, and they can see if it's required to even go further than is necessary. So it's actually to help us in the licensed site professional to save money versus to be able to go for and actually do more. So it's actually reverse for what you just said.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the Massachusetts DEP's opinion, the site is being surveyed adequately since the 1980s when there were other bad things found there and corrective actions taken since the 1980s, that what's being done now in 2014 is appropriate and adequate for a playground.
Correct.
Okay. And that this solution that the licensed site professional was approved by the Massachusetts DEP before it came down to us for a funding request.
Yes, that's correct.
So as a result of this funding request, we are to expect that corrective actions will be taken on what was discovered and that there will be no further issues going forward with that location.
Exactly. And Millie she can speak to the technical terms for that this evening.
I'd like to hear it.
Sure.
One moment, please. Do you have a question for the mayor?
I just want to clarify something.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, when you said that these areas were probed and they were tested, and they tested for a high concentration of lead, was testing done? This testing was done by DEP. Is that correct?
This testing was done by CDM
Okay, by
Smith, who
CDM,
is our
okay.
licensed site professional.
Now, did CDM test for anything nuclear or radioactive in there, or just strictly lead?
This is strictly things that are within the contaminant levels that are approved by Massachusetts DEP. So those types of things that they're looking for is within their purview. Things of, and I'm aware that you had spoken to the Department of Public Health as it related to issues of radium or radium nuclides, and those things are not within the purview of Mass DEP, but rather in the Department of Public Health.
Right.
And all of the information that was done in the cleanup records that they have shows that everything was within the required levels, and those things were removed from that site. So we're not dealing with any issues of nuclear waste. We're not dealing with anything with radmium or radmium nuclides. All of those things, those are not what we're dealing with. These are specific to the rules and regulations and those types of chemicals that are regulated by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection.
Okay, so there'd be no case, we'd never ever come across anything like that in that site? Definitely not.
I can tell you that everything that's on record for all of the cleanup documents, everything that's in all of the AULs, everything that from all of the closeout documents that were done when the massive cleanup was done on that site, all of that material, what was removed out of there, was removed and capped into the clean fill that was replaced, and all of the things that were put on top to make a safe recreational use of that facility is still the same deemed safe levels that we have there now. And so that is not, we're not dealing with anything to deal with nuclear waste or radmium or anything like that. So I can
As
tell
long
you
as
that from
guarantee
when
me that,
everything,
Mr. Mayor, I'm fine.
everything that we are dealing with is specifically as it deals with lead and those things that we're dealing with. And Millie can also speak to the fact that she's dealt with the Department of Public Health. It's not within her purview, but that's within the Department of Public Health's purview. And we can speak to that this evening as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mayor, thank you for coming in. I'm not against the cleanup, not at all. I live across the street.
Sure.
My concern is the term emergency. There are kids playing on that field right now as we speak. Well, maybe it's dark now. And lead is covered up, so it's not an imminent danger when it's covered up.
Right.
So when we extract the lead, and $80,000 is really a pretty small amount of money for a hazardous waste site, as you know. My concern is this. Is there going to be a delay in the use of the field if you find other things that the spot wells didn't find?
Millie.
So good evening. I'm Millie Garcia. I work for Mass DEP in the Southeast region. Maybe we can talk about this particular exercise in a three-part fashion. So the first item is that this site has been substantively evaluated since the 1980s, pretty much. The site was owned by the city back in 1920. Then it became a municipal landfill in 1940s, 50. Then it was transferred, and some of that waste was removed. Back in, and I do have an update with regards to my conversations with the Department of Public Health, just to address the issue of potential radionuclide, just to take that out of the equation. So in 1978, a preliminary radiological survey was conducted at the property by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. In 1979, the site was basically identified by the city and discussed with the Department of Public Health back in '79. At that point, several city workers removed 12 55-gallons steel drum of radioactive soil that was located in 4 locations within the wooded area adjacent to the baseball diamond fields. Since then, a lot of assessment work, which is not the purview of Mass DEP, because my program, basically, we have a statutory and a regulatory exemption with regards to radionuclide. That's the jurisdiction of the Department of Public Health. And until 5 o'clock this afternoon, I was working with DPH to reconcile this issue because council had a few questions and comments and wanted to fully address this issue. And with regards to the need to ensure that we have harmonization in the work going forward, 80,000 is a big ask for municipal cities and towns. So we wanted to ensure that we were not just addressing the lead and then having to come back to the well. So based on all the information, 1980, we have personnel from the Department of Energy, so the federal government actually was involved here in terms of assessing the surficial soil, the quality, the radiological issues. That was also addressed. The history goes on with 1981, 1982, 1990, 1991, 1993, 1994, 1995. So a lot of work has happened just on the radiological issues. In discussing with the mayor, if there are any potential concerns, we feel comfortable, and again, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the Department of Public Health, but my colleague, Jan Sullivan, actually just left me a voicemail. We've been communicating all day where she feels as though there is enough information that in her estimation does not warrant additional calling out the federal government or Department of Public Health to come out and do additional surveys. Mass DEP, however, does have the capability and the instrumentation to provide for any kind of screening of soils as we go in and surgically excise the hotspots of lead. Again, the lead work is as a result of an audit that was conducted by Mass DEP. The audit found that there were some high concentrations, and what I mean by high is concentrations above 1,000 parts per million. There are only 6 locations that stand as a hotspot. And what happened in the past was basically mathematical calculation of taking all these samples, averaging them. That is not an appropriate process. So Mass DEP requires that parties look at things like lead in discrete fashion. There were only 6 locations that warrant some kind of excising. Mass DEP is more than happy, able, and welcomed to help you, and collectively with the licensed site professional, which is needed because our program is a semi-privatized program. We have scientists and engineers that are licensed by a separate board. That's how they actually obtain their license. Once they have the license, they actually have the ability to render opinions. And this is the opinion that needs to be rendered following the post-excising of the soil work. Mass DEP can come in. Hopefully we can try to do some cost savings by way of using things like an XRF, which very quickly you can collect a sample, use the field instrumentation to determine what the concentrations are, rather than having to send a sample to an analytical laboratory. So we can do that, we can save money, we can save time. In my estimation, this is a perfect location to join hands and do this work collectively as a team.
Follow up, Mr. President?
Certainly, Mr. Church.
Thank you for that. Could I have the Reader's Digest version of why it's an emergency?
The emergency speaks to your desire to have a farmer's market. So it's more of a procedural. It has nothing to do with human health, imminent hazards, or risk to public health. Right, basically, it's just an emergency so that procurement, if you all desire to move forward with facilitating the monies for this work, that's where the emergency, just because summertime is here and I understand that there's a community interest to have.
But the farmer's market wouldn't be in any more danger than the kids that are playing on the field now.
No. There is no imminent hazard at this location right now. The concentrations are located at 3 feet below ground surface. However, by way of doing this work, you also have the ability to satisfy the requirements because you have an administrative consent order that needs to be fulfilled.
Is there a time limit on that, miss?
I believe the ACO calls for resolution by the summertime,
This summer?
by the end of the summer.
Mayor, is that why it's an emergency, because we have a time limit?
We do have a time limit on that. I do, and just please understand that by asking for this to be an emergency measure to get going on this as soon as I can sign a council vote, does in no way impact the dollar value for the cleanup. So the dollar value for the cleanup is the dollar value for the cleanup. But we are underneath the time constraints to be able to fully use the way we want to and eliminate the hazard. And again, even though there's no imminent threat to public safety or health, we are aware of the issue. We are mandated that this be done. I'd like to get this resolved as soon as possible to eliminate any type of an issue whatsoever. We do not have control and oversight 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and we just want to be able to make sure that we get in there, that we do the work, and that we resolve the issue so we can use full recreational facility and for the farmers market, but we want to get in and out by June 20th.
That's a little curve, and I understand that a little better now that you answered. My question is, if we didn't make the time limit, what kind of a predicament would we be in? As far as the cleanup is still a mandate, what would happen?
Well, basically, when parties cannot work within the time frame that is established in the ACO, the Administrative Consent Order, we extend an amendment. So usually amendments, we can just amend the document, the higher level enforcement document. But again, with the good weather here, we do have the instrumentation, we have the ability to assist. Again, it's just one of those situations where if that would be my recommendation, just to have the administrative record just complete. Also, an activity and use limitation, which is a deed restriction, needs to be filed. That's part of the 80,000. Seeing as though the activity and use limitation is a deed restriction, and it gives notice for future property owners that wish to purchase a property. So there is the right to know, just basically articulating what is left behind. What you have is at-depth concentrations because it was a landfill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Millie, there's something that I didn't hear, so forgive me for using my iPhone to turn up my hearing aid.
No, that's
But
fine.
that's how it's done. The 1,000 parts per million of the lead concentrate, that is at the surface or above the surface
Okay.
or found in the ground?
Okay, so there are some concentrations that, I think there's soil boring that has, I think it's SB number 5, that has 4,600. I think that's at 2 feet. I think it's SB 5. Yeah. So we have 6 very discrete locations that have been fully characterized. We know exactly where it is. So the beauty is that with the cross sections, the engineer can just go in and quickly excise. Once that's excised and available, and we're not talking at depth, we're basically focusing on the first 3 feet. Once that's done, we collect extra samples. We use an instrumentation, it's called an XRF, on the field instantaneous that correlates the concentrations that are identified by the instrument. The field instrument correlate beautifully, as if you were to send the sample to a laboratory, which is more time consuming, sometimes a little bit more expensive. We can get this done in the same day, instantaneously. So we would not be going below the 3 feet. Trying to think your next question with regards to the 1,000. So the 1,000 is actually the concentration at which we establish the need for action. The actual number that's in the mass contingency plan, which is our regulations for sites where there's been a release of oil hazardous materials, specific for lead, speak to 300. We realize that that's a very aggressive cleanup number, particularly when you have situations in urban settings with urban fill, which is one of these situations. You had a burn dump, you've got a lot of ash. So right now there's a very active dialogue going on between DEP, a lot of folks from the Boston Big Dig trying to move soils and basically fill a lot of holes that are found, whether it's cranberry bogs or those kinds of things. And so we have negotiated in principle a number of 1,000 parts per million, which we believe is adequate and appropriate and would not trigger a situation that is akin to an imminent hazard. So that's an acceptable number that in our estimation is more realistic for these kinds of urban settings. If you notice, that was the guideline that we used to pretty much rule out some of the concentrations that were located around the wetlands area. Needless to say, also, you have a lot of briars there, so again, that being a natural deterrent, no exposure equals no risk. We felt as though it would be protective, yet more conducive to savings by the municipality to just focus the work where it needed to be. Again, those areas where you may have 4,000, and that's only one. There's only one hotspot at 4,600. The others are around 1,300, 1,200, 1,800, 2,500, and 1,400. So not super crazy numbers. This can be done very quickly. And hopefully, my hope is that by working together, maybe we can shave off some of the monies that you would be voting on tonight. So maybe you might not need the 80,000.
Thank you, Millie. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
And that's concentrations within the first 3 feet below ground surface.
But my understanding is that that's the concentration at the location in the soil of which the lead exists.
That's correct.
Okay, good.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Wade.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Billy, thanks for coming in tonight. Good speaking with you today, too. You mentioned here that the excavation is going to be about 3 feet. Okay, what concerns me is what is on the top of Finberg is probably what's on the bottom of ALI, Phase A. And Mr. Mayor, maybe you can answer this question. Has the city obtained any legal opinion as to whether it's in compliance with NRC regulations pertaining to licensing and possession of anything that might be in the ground over there, such as radium-bearing items?
That issue is addressed. You have the whole chrono.
As I already said to you, Counselor, and to all of your counselors this evening, and to those people who may be watching at home, all of the required work and the closeout documents that shows on site for Finberg Field and what we use as the area, the parking lots, and all that area, everything for the closeout documents show that all of the radium nuclides, all of the other contamination that were there that were permitted through the federal government for removal shows that all of the required closeout was done appropriately, and all the clean fill that was required to be put onto this site was done so. And that's what we have on record. So there is no legal opinion that's required whether or not we need to be able to go through and to do the necessary work that we're actually required to do. So we have a mandated consent order of which we have to respond to, and that we have done the mandated testing. We have the test borings that were shown here that we have to go through and to do. So that's what was within our parameters, and that's what we have to respond to.
All set?
I just want a little follow-up to that, though, because I feel like we may be throwing the dice a little bit. I don't like getting in there mixing this stuff up. But if we did uncover something in there and they took it away, would that kind of remove evidence that we may have that something that was radium-bearing may be found there, such as a responsible party?
Well, just like, for example, my office, the Southeast region, we work in 85 cities and towns. And whether we are working together with the emergency response team, every single time there is, and the licensed site professionals, although obviously they're not DEP employees, but they do have a license. And their license can be taken away if they don't report anything that is identified during the course of investigation. So the idea here is that, in my estimation, and again, we spoke today around 2 o'clock this afternoon, I went back and I researched and I worked with DPH as best as we could within 3 hours just to ensure that we had some answers for you, Council. The record speaks to over 12 years of investigation that occurred at the federal government level. So we have, DEP is not privy to the record in itself in terms of all the various reports. I'm sure Department of Public Health, seeing as though they are the entity in the Commonwealth that deals with radiological issues, and they're delegated. They have a program that's delegated through the federal government to address these issues. They must have the extensive body of information. What I can tell you is that this document is available, and I would be more than happy to provide you with my copy, which I highlighted basically the 3 pages of the chronology that speak to all the work that was performed, both in consultation and at the recommendation of the city. They actually called the Department of Public Health. The Department of Public Health actually called the Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. So there was a Nuclear Regulatory Commission was also involved. You had a lot, and mind you, this is only a 14-acre site. So I'm not sure, after 12 years of testing every square inch, I'm not 100%. I am confident, based on the record, that what I've seen is that there was some kind of substantive site assessment that was performed just to meet that endpoint. What we're talking about tonight has nothing to do with radiological, although it's an important question, so I'm glad you answered that question, because there is an economy of savings here if you were to need to do something with regards to that. As a precautionary statement, as I stated before, Mass DEP does have the instrumentation. We have 2 kinds of instrumentation. One Geiger counter that is issued to us by MEMA, which we would be more than happy to bring out. So before the work commences, we can do a quick survey just to ensure that we have nothing at hand. Secondly, as we start excavating, we can also use the Geiger counter coupled with a mini radiological meter, which we also have. We calibrate it. We can be sure to identify and jot down all that information, the quantitative numbers that come out of the Geiger counter. And also, obviously, if we see something that's suspect of anything, whether, dials, I think that's really the the nexus with the radiological issues stems from past, what we have come to understand, past disposal of some watches that just had the face, they had some radium on the watch. That's the crux of what led us into that radiological investigation way back in the 1970s.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Parika.
Thank you, Acting President. Ms. Garcia Serrano, thank you very much for coming in tonight. I'm the market manager for the Attleboro Farmers Market, and so this is a situation that I've been following very closely. I was made aware of it around Christmas time, and I'm actually pretty impressed with how quick, DEP, take no offense, doesn't necessarily move very swiftly. It is a governmental body similar to us, and it takes a long time to reach resolution. I think that your vast knowledge and confidence in what you're saying provides me with great comfort and knowledge, because obviously I was a little panic-stricken when I heard about this initially. And I would appreciate it maybe if you would speak a little bit more towards, we've been in that specific location for the last 2 years, and I would appreciate it if you would maybe speak to those at home who have been there and are specifically there to buy organic produce and vegetables and if you could just, and lots of parents of baseball players and soccer players and lacrosse players and joggers and dog walkers and everybody else that utilizes that location, if you could just really hammer it home the level of exposure that they've had, should they be concerned, anything like that. So
sure,
please.
of course.
Thank you.
So I have a child too who plays baseball, so this is near and dear to my heart. I can definitely tell you that based on the body of information, Mass DEP has been very active at this site. Why? Not necessarily perhaps because of the level of risk, but frankly, Mass DEP has, we have to really focus our resources because we have a lot of work, very little staff. So because of that, we are very selective in the kinds of documents that we review. When a party decides to file a permanent solution that relies on an activity and use limitation, we take extra care and protection to ensure that we audit the document, we audit the file, because again, what that means is that contamination will be left behind unless so long as there is no significant risk. And what I mean by that is that there could be a possibility of residual contamination. Again, in urban environments, you have a lot of background concentrations that basically represent what you find in urban settings. The work that we're doing right now basically looks at giving that extra protection just to ensure that we can close out the matter with this new development with regards to our policy rendering of 1,000. I'm feeling that that's appropriate. I think it basically ensures that we strike the balance between protectiveness and having to expend a lot of money on something that maybe doesn't warrant it. So I can tell you that the risk assessment that was performed by Kim Dresser, McKee Smith, was very conservative. The risk assessment model relies on very conservative assumptions. They used a trespasser scenario. They used the occasional baseball player scenario. Never was there a condition of imminent hazard. Had that been the case, believe me, Mass DEP would have gone out there, performed the work ourselves, and then send the bill to the mayor. That never happened. So what we're trying to do basically is close the book on this. Because of the long winter we had, for example, the exposure was very limited. There was very limited potential for exposure duration and frequency. So that lessens the ability for there to be any potential risk. So again, no exposure equals no risk. In this case, the model reflected the fact that the hours spent at a farmer's market do not equate to a lifetime exposure scenario that would equate to risk.
May I just very briefly, just lead is not airborne, so when we're setting up tents and things like that, it's not anything that we're inhaling or like you'd have to dig down 2 feet and have eat a cup of dirt to have lead exposure.
Exactly.
Like, I'm just boiling right down.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You all set, Ms. Parika?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill, I caught that first. Go ahead.
Just for the people that are listening and the people here, lead paint had how many parts per million generally?
Again, ironically, lead paint is statutory exempt from us. So lead paint issues, that is a DPH issue. So if we encounter lead paint in accordance to our program, what we suggest people they do is use best management practices.
I was just trying to give give an example of what was in paint as opposed to what's in the field. Do you know
Well,
what the
see,
parts per
a
million?
lead paint, exactly, so that's a good correlation. So lead paint, you would find a lead chip, just basically lead paint.
What is the aggregate parts per million in most lead paints, which don't exist anymore? Just so people understand the limit of the risk at Finberg Field at this time.
So you have greater risk incidental ingestion
From lead paint.
from the lead paint
Yeah.
versus what you find at Finberg Field.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
you.
That's all I have.
Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Blair. This question more for the mayor. The transfer is actually from stabilization, where we've been using other accounts. Is that because those other accounts are now exhausted, and this is our last reserve area?
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
That's correct.
as it's the end of the year.
That's correct. And so the limited other resources that we do have left, we're using to be able to take care of year-end activity
Right.
and year-end liabilities, some of which we sent to you this evening.
Right.
So there wouldn't be an excess balance for us to be able to take out of reserve. And also, I felt that it was important to differentiate the fact that this is a one-time issue versus something that could just come up from time to time.
Right, and it's not a snow removal issue or when, where that would be a yearly cost. This is a one-time to go in to remove these hazardous materials.
That's correct.
I'm sad.
You all set? Mr. Wade?
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. I have one final question, and I just want to kind of summarize a little bit. So just to summarize, so you're telling us that there is definitely no nuclear exposure over there, and we will not find any, and can we get that as a guarantee?
I'm going to say that I am not qualified to be able to
Right.
say that I'm going to find zero and that it's absolutely zero. I'm going to depend on the documentation of the closeout documents that the city has as it related to the things that were required to do at Finberg Field and that were resolved at Finberg Field, and that's what we're going off of. I think that there is next to zero chance that there's any type of issue that is there as a safe gap measure, that the DEP, as Millie had stated this evening, that they have instrumentation just to be able to be on site with the licensed site professional. And I think that that's something that we were able to do with our working relationship with DEP as an extra stopgap measure, as an extra safe measure, but that everything that we have and everything that we show in the documentation, that there is nothing or any type of exposure of that activity.
Oh, just with one quick follow-up. This is a 9-week project, approximately 9-week project, is that correct? Now, assuming that we have to excavate more soil, is there a little contingency in that pricing that will allow us to remove more? And how much more would you expect?
I think it's based on the analytical data, and there's an abundance of that. We are looking at 15 cubic yards, I think. That's what we are looking for.
About 15, yeah.
Yep.
In terms of the maximum. And I can tell you that,
15 or 50?
15.
let's see where the, oh, it's 6,
Oh, that's outside the...
so, up to 15. So page number 3, the document that I have, it speaks to the volume of lead contaminated soil estimated to be excavated from this area of the site is approximately 6 cubic yards. The total volume of lead contaminated soil, including a contingency of 50% for additional excavation based on the results of preliminary subsurface soil investigation, including the areas inside and outside the fence, is therefore estimated up to 15 cubic yards. But remember that through our conversation that we had with the CDM staff at Mass DEP, we basically agreed that the areas outside the fenced area would not be necessarily needed for excavation. So we were able to do that cost savings in a way that the department feels is appropriate and protective of human health and the environment.
Thank you very much, Mary.
Mr. President, thank you. I just wanted to add something, if I may, Mr. Mayor, that we're talking in references of 3 feet deep, because that's the standard that's used when capping a contaminated site, which the majority of the contaminants have been taken out of there. You put 3 feet of good, clean soil above that to cap off whatever contaminants are there that are solid enough to not be airborne. We did that over at Mossberg, when the EPA was involved with all of the lagoons that was all liquid chemicals and God only knows what other stuff was over there. The chief, see him smiling over there, he knows there was an awful lot of stuff over there. They did exactly the same thing. Any particles that were large enough to leave where they were better off 3 feet under the cap that they put on it. Balfour Riverwalk is the same thing. The contaminated soil, again, you'll find that the basic amount of cap for that whole area is 3 feet, because the contaminants under 3 feet of soil are not going to be dangerous to anyone that's using it for passive recreation. They would never recommend you would build a house on it or anything permanent where people would be living there. This is only for passive recreation, and the fact that they are monitoring it still after all these many years of cleaning out the radiation contamination that was in there is just added security for us, proof that the testing never stops to make sure that the cap that has been put on there is kept the area clean and safe to use. And that's why we're talking about materials that are 3 feet under, because that's the cap. That's the general cap that they put on it to secure it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well said. I think, any other questions from the council? And if I might, I am the oldest person on this usher.
Oh, you sure are.
And I remember when that was actually a dump and what they went through, capping that and taking the fill out. Being a kid down in that area, they went to some real extremes when they cleaned that up, so I feel confident. I know I'm not supposed to say too much.
Did they?
Thank you for that. And again, to Council Thibodeau's point and to your point as well, the fact is we're dealing with an industrial city. We're dealing with an industrial past.
Yep.
That, these things will come up from time to time. I think that referencing Balfour Riverwalk is a perfect example for what used to be there and the types of contaminants that still exist well beyond 3 feet still at that site. And, we could be finding ourselves doing additional work at Balfour Riverwalk or at other places that have been properly capped or have the proper filtration systems in place that are required under the current standards. So this is an issue that I'm sure isn't going to be the last time that the city deals with it. But as issues come up through audit and as things change, we have to deal with them. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Estes. So moving on. Will the planning board please join us at this time?
I would love to.
I know they will. We're really honored and pleased tonight. Do we have a dress code tonight with the?
Coordinated.
As you guys move down.
Hey, Louis, how are you tonight?
Hi, pretty lady. Your house looks beautiful, by the way.
Ben, just so you know, I beat the rate again.
So what are you gonna do?
Big bus 20. Yeah, out there.
Joint public hearing to amend certain sections of the zoning ordinance relative to the new sections pertaining to bituminous/asphalt plants and concrete plants as follow. Amend 17-3.4 Table of Use Regulations, wholesale, transportation, and industrial. 17-3.5 Table of Accessory Use, regulations and 17-11.2 definitions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a rather large crowd tonight, and what I'd like to do this evening, as I have done in the past, is limit comments to 5 minutes. We are referring to an ordinance tonight, not a specific site. So, keeping that in mind, I will first ask if there's anybody to speak in favor. If there's anybody to speak in opposition, is there anyone to speak neither for nor against? At this time, is there anyone here to speak in favor of this ordinance?
Good evening, Mr. Blair.
Yes.
My name is Robert Mangiarotti, and I serve as the city solicitor. I'm here to try to orient the council and the planning board on what the existing state of the ordinance is and why the planning staff, together with my participation, has proposed this ordinance change. And essentially, we are trying to rectify an ambiguity in the zoning ordinance. And we think that the proposed amendment is consistent with the original intent of the municipal council when it established the industrial business park district. And I want to remind the council of the location of the industrial business park district and its proximity to residences. The industrial business park district is unlike other industrial zones in that it's surrounded by residences. If you were to look, if we had a map here and you look to the north of the industrial business park district, or where the sports complex is now proposed, there's a neighborhood out there. It's O'Donnell, Patterson, Hillcrest, Burritt, Hobbs Street, Snell Street, Woodcrest. All those, that's a single-family residential neighborhood to the north of the project, or the district rather. To the south, along the entire length of the industrial business park district on both sides of County Street is Tiffany Street. And as you know, Tiffany Street also is heavily populated with residential properties. And then to the west, over where Tiffany Street sort of bends around, there's Dyer Avenue, Orchard Street, Maryland Avenue, Friendship Street. And on the east, there is primarily a railroad, but there's also houses along South Main Street. So from my perspective, when you look at the zoning map, this entire district was surrounded by residences. And as I read the ordinance as a whole, it appears to me that the original ordinance was intended to have attract businesses, but businesses that would be compatible with the residences around it, so that they were supposed to be low-impact businesses. And we've, as you know from the newspaper, we've encountered a case now where there's an ambiguity about whether an asphalt plant would qualify as a use as a matter of right. And that caused us to look critically at the zoning ordinance and see if it was clear enough. And while I will, in the pending case, I will argue that it is adequately clear because of the overall purposes of the district, which is to, again, have businesses that are compatible with nearby residences. If you look at the use schedule for the industrial business park district, there are it says processing and treating of raw materials is a permitted use in the industrial business park district. And the use schedule also says that light manufacturing is, or processing of manufacturing products is a permitted use in the industrial business park district. We take the position, or the staff takes the position, that we don't think asphalt manufacturing is either light manufacturing or the processing of and treating of raw materials. Heavy manufacturing in the ordinance is only allowed in the industrial district, but there's no definition of heavy manufacturing in our ordinance. And there's no definition of processing and treating of raw materials in our ordinance. And one could argue that if you take asphalt and gravel and mix it all together and you make bituminous concrete, you are processing and treating raw materials. There's case law to suggest that that's not what we meant when we passed this. Case law seems to suggest, in my opinion, that processing and treating raw materials happens when you have a big pile of sand and then you take it and you put it in bags, so you're processing and making it into consumable bags. That's the sort of thing that I think is intended by the bylaw. With respect to light manufacturing, there is a definition of light manufacturing, and I'm going to read it to you. And while I think that it would not encompass a bituminous concrete plant, arguments have been made that that use is light manufacturing. And if you permit me, Mr. Chairman, I'll read it.
Please.
Light manufacturing is the fabrication, processing, or assembly employing only electric or other inoffensive motor power, utilizing hand labor or quiet machinery and process, mechanical or chemical transformation of materials or substances, whether the new product is finished or semi-finished as raw material in some other process, into new products, including the fabrication, processing, assembling, or blending of materials such as lubricating oils, plastics, or resins that are free from neighborhood disturbing agents such as odor, gas, fumes, smoke, cinders, flashing of bright lights, refuse matter, and electromagnetic radiation, heat, or vibration. That's a mouthful. And I can tell you that the proponents of the asphalt plant off of Tiffany Street have argued that they fall within that definition. And we are arguing, no, we don't think it is, but it's the stuff of litigation. And, you know, we have arguments, they have their arguments. The staff brought this matter to your attention because it thinks, and with my concurrence, and the mayor's concurrence as well, that that sort of manufacturing, bituminous concrete and concrete manufacturing, is not what the council at the time had in mind when it established the Industrial Business Park District. So this is a way of just achieving clarity on this one point. Now, there may be other points in the Industrial Business Park that we should think about clarifying as we go along. But right now, I think it's an exercise in good government that we have the ordinance say what we intended to say. Now, I'm assuming that you all, as the legislators, and you as the planning board, don't want to have this type of use in the Industrial Business Park District, which is near all these residences that I've spoken about. If that assumption is correct, then I would respectfully suggest that you should vote in favor of this ordinance because it achieves the clarity that I'm talking about. Now, if on the other hand you think it's a good idea to have a bituminous concrete plant nearby residences, then you'd vote against it. So this is really an opportunity for the legislative body, with the assistance of the planning board, to bring clarity to the zoning ordinance about what we intend to be permitted uses in the Industrial Business Park District. I have lots of other things I could tell you, but I think I'll stop there and answer questions that you may have.
Questions for Mr. Mangiarati? Mr. Churchill.
Sir, thank you for coming. I think a lot of people sitting here this evening are maybe a little confused like I am. Will this clarification make it easier for a company that wants to come into the city to present their case for a judicial review, or will it make it more difficult?
Well, let me break that question down, if I may, so I understand it. Are you talking about if you pass it or if you don't pass it?
If it passes.
Right.
And concrete, asphalt are defined specifically as to what their tasks are. And a proposed company that wants to come to the city, I don't think it should be anywhere in the city, not just in the industrial park. I think there's too many bad things about, I mean, we need asphalt, it's necessary in our life, but not necessary in Attleboro. If we clarify the definition of an asphalt plant or a concrete plant, and someone who wants to come to the city said, well, okay, now we know what Attleboro expects of us, we meet that criteria, and we also think that we're a light industry. Will that make it easier or more difficult for them to get
Oh,
court
no.
ruling.
This will make it more difficult for them to argue it's light manufacturing, because light manufacturing will still be permitted as a matter of right in the industrial business park district. But if you adopt this ordinance change, asphalt will be a separate, asphalt and bituminous concrete will be a separate line, and it'll not be permitted in the industrial business park district, and it will be permitted only in the industrial district, and it will be permitted only by special permit from the zoning board of appeals. So I respectfully suggest that this will be an aid in the future, so that the desire of the public is clear. If people are an asphalt plant as proposed, they have a right to propose a plant in the industrial district, but then they have to go through a special permit process, and the special permit process is one that affords the zoning board of appeals certain discretion to protect the neighborhood.
Okay, I can't speak for the people here, but I think a lot of them are here because they don't want the plan, and they need to understand that if we vote to clarify what it is, we're actually hindering their chances to come into the city. That's what you're saying.
They're hindered, sure, well, it's not just.
There are no
hindered.
absolutes in government.
I would respectfully suggest that if this passes, then it prohibits an asphalt plant in the industrial business district, which is surrounded by all these neighborhoods. That will achieve the clarity that I'm talking about. So, yeah, I think it makes everybody understand what's allowed and what isn't allowed. And in the industrial business park district that I described, surrounded by all these neighborhoods, it's not allowed. And there's going to be no question about it, in my opinion, because the ordinance is drafted with that kind of specificity.
Thank you.
Mr. Denton.
Thank you, Mr. Mangiarotti. So for me, making this decision, I'm not looking at neighborhoods and I'm not looking at companies, because there's industrial business parks throughout the city. There's a whole bunch of companies who can come in and make concrete or asphalt. What I'm looking at is this an appropriate clarification of the city ordinances between two specifically different processes? And so what I'd like to hear more about is, for concrete and asphalt, you get rocks and you like grind it down and you coat it with something. I need to understand better why one process is different from another process, and why, therefore, as ordinance chairman, I should make the appropriate decision to clarify these two differential processes. And I don't have the expertise in that matter. Maybe you could help me with that, maybe Mr. Hutchings can, but I'm guessing that there is a different way to process it, that they're not the same, and that's why we're differentiating them in the ordinances. And I just want to understand better the difference in the two processing methods.
Well, and I think what you're asking me to do is contrast light manufacturing with the manufacturing of bituminous concrete.
I would like you to contrast concrete manufacturing to bituminous concrete manufacturing.
Well, except if I could, and I'll do my best.
Okay.
But let me just say, what I think is the more relevant comparison is, what we have now is light manufacturing, and light manufacturing is permitted as a matter of right in the IBP. And what we have to say is, what is it that's different about the making of bituminous concrete and even the making of Portland cement or concrete, that we don't think it really is what we had in mind when we talked about light manufacturing. Now, I will talk to you about what I know about asphalt, and I know this only from reading cases that describe asphalt manufacturing, and also I've had a tour of Mr. LaRusso's plant in Norwood. So I'm talking as a layman, but I think some of the things that may distinguish it from what we think of as light manufacturing, which is usually bench assembly and quiet things that involve heavy equipment. Asphalt and concrete actually require lots of gravel and sand for concrete, for Portland cement. And then it's mixed and heated. And so it goes from so a truck or a front end loader puts the gravel in a bin, and then it gets, and I'm going to talk to you about bituminous concrete specifically, but I think it's not that much different for Portland cement. But different, but it'll give you some idea. So you got the noise of the trucks, you've got the dumping of the gravel, all of which occurs outside in the environment, as opposed to, as I say, working at a bench making electronic parts. So then, from the pile, it goes mechanically into a hopper. The gravel goes into a hopper. And the hopper has a machine that tumbles it. And the one I saw made noise as it tumbled. It was a big, long tube, maybe from, I don't know, from here to the corner at least, maybe longer. Yeah, probably long, maybe half again as long as that. And it was probably, I don't know, 6 or 8 feet in diameter. And that is spinning. And as it's spinning, it's sorting out the gravel into separating it and taking out the fines, so that what you have is different sizes of pebbles in this spinning cylinder made out of metal. So that is something that's powered, and in the case of the one that I saw, it was powered by, I think, a gas-fired engine. It was either gas or diesel. It was not electric. So you hear the noise of the rocks being tumbled in this cylinder, and the fines come out, and they get washed into some other place. And then the rocks go up another conveyor belt, thank you, to a thing that shakes, and it sorts out the sizes of the gravel. So that the big rocks and the small rocks are separated in this thing that shakes, and then they go into different bins depending upon the size of it. And then there's another big, tall thing full of asphalt. It gets heated, it gets mixed with the size of rocks that they want to make into whatever. If they're making rough, coarse asphalt, it mix it with the right, and so that gets pumped into a chamber, and it gets then mixed up and dropped into a dump truck who takes it away and uses it on your driveway. That, I hope, that was my rudimentary description. But I think what I respectfully suggest you consider is that, you know, there is some noise associated with, I would say, I mean, in fairness to this, it wasn't a deafening noise, but it was clearly a noise that I could hear as I was there. And you hear the noise of the trucks, and you hear the noise of the front-end loaders, and there's heat being used to process the asphalt. So I mean, you have to decide if this is what you had in mind as a council when you talked about light manufacturing. And if you think not, then this amendment will say, this isn't what we had in mind, this is its own category, and this category has to go into an industrial district and only by special permit, not in this neighborhood surrounded IBP district.
Can I follow up? So, I think I understand your legal argument. You're not saying that there is necessarily a huge differentiation between concrete and asphalt plants. What you're saying is that both of these categories are different from light manufacturing. And because they are both separate from the definition of light manufacturing, we need to extrapolate out a definition in the ordinances for each of these. So we're not putting concrete against asphalt. We're putting both processes as non-light manufacturing versus by right light manufacturing already in IBPs. Is that?
That's exactly what I said. Thank you.
I understand it.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
And the only thing I guess I want to emphasize is that the other argument that has been made by the proponents of the plant is that it's the processing of raw materials. And as I said to you before, I don't think that's what we had in mind then either. Processing of raw materials is, you know, as I say, you take a pile and I mean, there's a lot of arguments, and I've seen cases that talk about, you know, some rocks were moved from one category of rock to another category of rock. I don't think what we're talking about where we're manufacturing bituminous concrete with heated asphalt and trucks and so forth is the processing of raw materials. I mean, in the broadest sense, a steel mill is the processing of raw materials. You get iron ore, you got heat, you process it, you come out with steel. That's not what we had in mind. So with respect to asphalt plants and concrete plants, they're not processing raw materials for our purposes in Attleboro, and they're not light manufacturing, as you just said.
So it's a clarification of what is not light manufacturing, and then it's a further subdivision of asphalt versus concrete, which are neither considered light manufacturing.
Correct. Nor are they considered processing raw materials.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. I suspect that not all asphalt manufacturing operations and all concrete manufacturing operations are identical, even though the end product is homogeneous. There's a Duracrete concrete manufacturing plant down 295. It's entirely enclosed. There is no big open equipment operating. But I do recall the asphalt plant in Rentham having a lot of complaints from neighbors from odors. I think it was at the Five Corners in Rentham. My question is, I'm concerned with the connection of concrete and asphalt, as is Councilor Denley. But my question is there a scalable aspect to the production of bituminous concrete or bituminous asphalt or concrete, whereby a lower level of manufacturing of the cement or the asphalt would constitute a light manufacturing rather than a heavy manufacturing? If a company is not in the business of making asphalt, but uses asphalt in its product and therefore needs to make some asphalt, are we going to ban it from the industrial business park because it's asphalt production?
I would suggest you are going to, if you pass this, you are. I also, and again, I'm speaking as a layman with general knowledge, not expert knowledge, that I'm unfamiliar with anybody actually getting hot asphalt and mixing it with gravel in a wheelbarrow or on a small scale. In my experience, having represented tradesmen and contractors before I had the honor of serving this fine municipality, most asphalt is bought from a plant. Almost all asphalt that I know of. Secondly, with respect to your question, I think, in fairness to Mr. LaRusso's company, who, by the way, he was very courteous and showed us his plant, he was showing us a very modern plant, and it was all enclosed. All of the things I described to you were happening inside machinery. I don't think that the piles of stuff are inside anywhere, but it's still, and this is the most modern of plants from my limited knowledge. But I think that one of the things you have to consider is that when you allow asphalt plants as a matter of right, saying that they win and it's characterized as light manufacturing, then we don't know what they're going to put in. If you have a special permit, which what the staff is proposing, we can say hours of operation, you can say how big it has to be, and you can say what the levels of noise will be at the boundary. All of that is the sort of stuff that I think is protective of the citizens. But if you allow it to be a use as a matter of right, you lose all those assurances. So that, you know, this plant that I saw might be very, you know, might be, first of all, I think it's smaller than what they're proposing, as a matter of fact. But in principle, you know, whether it runs 8 hours a day or 24 hours a day is something that's very important. And I think that by making it a special permit use in the industrial district, we've eliminated potential problems for our citizens.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mangiarotti. There's no other questions for this gentleman. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. President. Bob, thank you very much for coming in tonight. Please correct me if I'm wrong. My recollection of the zoning of the IBP ran across County Street.
Yes.
And into what then was more sand and gravel property. Because, if I remember, the executive director of the ARA at that point in time wanted to continue Commerce Way across County Street and have it come out onto Tiffany Street before the bridge where the river is. That's my recollection of it. So all of that property, which is a zoned IBP over there now, was, I think it was all grandfathered before as a industrial area. whether it was really zoned. I think it predated zoning, because they were doing so much blasting and crushing of rock, sorting of the rocks, the sand, making concrete, and actually taking the raw concrete and loading it onto the cement trucks that would take it out of there in its raw state and then take it to a site, and it would be delivered by that truck onto a site for a foundation or a floor or whatever the case may be. But that was before the city learned that there were too many man-made vernal pools from previous excavation, thank you.
You helped me with,
Tit for tat, see, we help each other out. Previous excavation of property from processing the soil and the rock, which had filled up with groundwater, and now there were living things in there. So now they became vernal pools that could not be filled and could not be used for a continuous roadway. But they didn't know all of that before they went ahead and rezoned that section of the property. Once they learned that, then it was kind of a dead issue. It was already rezoned as part of the IBP proper, and yet there it was, rezoned, but unusable for what it was rezoned for. So if my recollection serves me correctly, that was the reasoning behind that zoning taking place over there. What the original zoning was, I honestly don't know, other than single residence or general residence or something of that nature.
Well, I mean, as always, as a senior member, you bring all kinds of interesting institutional knowledge. I think what's relevant to our inquiry here is that the Industrial Business Park District is on both sides of County Street. So if you're heading from Pawtucket toward downtown Attleboro, on the right-hand side is this area that you're talking about that has wetlands in it, and at one time that was considered suitable for industrial development. I'm not too sure what can be built there now. But also on the right-hand side, heading toward the city of Attleboro, is more sand and gravel, which is now Attleboro Sand and Gravel, and that was grandfathered, and it existed long before zoning. So they have the right to do a certain number of things out there that they've been doing for a very long time, and that's not an issue. What's an issue is whether or not they can have the right to build an asphalt plant there, and we're trying to, as I said, straighten it out.
Just for clarity,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor Gerard, as I said earlier, and I let this progress more than I wanted to.
Yeah.
This isn't site-orientated, this particular ordinance.
Well, I mean, it's oriented in the sense there's only one industrial business district. There's only one district in the city, and it's on both sides of County Street, and Tiffany Street is along the bottom. So, I mean, I respectfully suggest, Mr. Blair, that the council should know where we're talking about, because this change will affect that. That's
You
all.
lost me, if you could. Yes, Mr. Down.
I just have one more question. I want to game this out all the way and kind of narrow the focus. So, one might ask, why not allow these two plants in the IBP by special permit? And I'm supposing that the answer would be there was never an intention to have anything other than light manufacturing in the IBP. So therefore, there's never an intention to grant a special permit for that. Would that be correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it is correct, and I think it's also important for you to understand, you're the legislative body. If you want to make the asphalt plant a special permit use in the IBP, you can do that. That's your right. What's come to you is something that was recommended by the city staff with my participation and the mayor, and I think the reasoning behind that was what you just said. We don't think it fits there, and it goes back to what I was talking to you about before, which is the IBP, unlike the industrial district, is surrounded on all sides practically by residences in very close proximity to the site. So the answer is yes, that was the reasoning behind the proposal. But in terms of your authority, you can do whatever you want to do.
Well, and then I want to take it in the other direction too, that we could allow it by right in industrial, but then the city would lose practically all regulatory powers over.
Well, I mean, that's right. I mean, if you allow it by right, you lose the ability to regulate hours of operation, for example, or noise levels, or the scale of the project. You know, are you going to be processing 60 tons or 6,000 tons a day? Who knows? Whereas if you have a special permit in the industrial district, the zoning board gets to look at all that stuff and say, this will fit, this won't fit.
So with both of these considerations in mind, it was the administration and the department's kind of understanding that this meets the needs of the city in the best way possible without going too far into allowing anything in IBP or anything in industrial, but still allowing them in the city just through special permit through the ZBA?
Yeah, that's right. It was a policy, it was a judgment call, and that was the judgment of your staff.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Anthony.
Nice to see everybody. Thanks, Bill.
Anybody else to speak in favor?
Good evening, Mr. President, councilors, planning board members. My name is Keith Hutchings. I live at 14 Wolfen Street. I'm the chairman of the Attleboro Zoning Board. And on behalf of my board members, we'd like to say we are very much in favor of this change. The facts of the lawsuit aside, when your predecessors created the Industrial Business Park District, I think what they had in mind was Cabot and Forbes, or someplace where you were going to have office buildings and maybe some light manufacturing or something. I don't think any of your predecessors ever in their wildest dreams considered an asphalt plant to be appropriate for an industrial business park. Fortunately, we've hopefully sold the park pretty much to the sports village. Would you envision that as an appropriate neighbor having an asphalt plant? So I think it's very important that this be clarified. My argument when this first came up for the suit was that an argument could be made that a concrete plant might be like manufacturing under our ordinance, but an asphalt plant would not be. If you read the text of the ordinance, it does say something about whether it would have a deleterious effect on the neighbors. A concrete plant could conceivably, but an asphalt plant almost certainly would. You're going to have smells, you're going to have, a bunch of stuff that's not associated with just concrete. I also think it's important to remember that I don't really think there's a big difference between what I think of as concrete and what I think of as asphalt. I'm not even going to try and do what Bob did and separate the two. But to me, there is a difference. But I think they're both inappropriate for an industrial business park. Putting them into an industrial zone by special permit, I think, is appropriate. I personally would much rather it was a council permit than a zoning board permit, so you guys could have the public hearing. But that's my job as a zoning board member, so I'm certainly willing to do it. But again, I think it's important to have some kind of controls on it. I mean, by having it come in front of the zoning board, we determine hours of operation. We can set standards for noise, light, all kinds of dust, all kinds of problems that could be associated with something like this. So I think that's very important. And again, I just don't think that when we think industrial business park, this was what we had in mind. I know it certainly wasn't what I had in mind. Said that, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. The zoning board members did unanimously vote to recommend this to the council.
Ms. Hagney?
Thank you, Keith, for coming in, and that was one of my questions, was what was the vote? And I know, even as a council, I've had to come to the zoning board, and you've been very receptive. And I like having the special permit, because you can put those restrictions. And I know you had just said that you'd rather have it here than there. I actually like that it's at the zoning board of appeals, because you guys deal with these more type of problems that arise so much. So now, if a special permit did come before you with an industrial zone, what would you consider acceptable to grant a special permit within that industrial zone? What considerations?
Well, I think
Not
we'd,
speaking for the whole board.
yeah, I think we'd look at things like, what kind of, what's the neighborhood makeup? Is it going to affect the neighbors by noise, light, pollution, sound? What kind of hours of operation? How many trucks in and out of the plant during the day? Will the road network be able to maintain that? That's the kind of thing the zoning board looks at when we grant special permits for other things. And I would certainly think that would be something we would do with these.
Okay, as it may. Because I know we've been talking about the IBP, but by giving it a special permit in the industrial, we kind of have to get a sense of what would be acceptable to your board. Also granting that permission over to you.
Well, again, the standards for granting a special permit are in the ordinance already, and it's, whether it has an adverse effect on the neighbors, whether it has an adverse effect on city services, those kind of things, and those are all in the ordinance.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Keith.
Anyone else?
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that speak in favor?
Good evening, Council President, members of the Municipal Council, Planning Board members, and members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Gary Eurasian. I'm the city's Director of Planning and Development. And I'm here tonight simply to express my support of the ordinance. I think the city solicitor, Mr. Hutchings, offered a cogent argument why to adopt the ordinance, so there's really nothing else I could add. Today in attendance is also the Building Commissioner, Douglas Semple, the Assistant Building Inspector, Bill McDonough, the Senior Land Use Planner, Stephanie Davies. They, along with the city solicitor and I, crafted the language. I think it's proficient, and I think it's a good thing for the city of Attleboro. The one thing I do want to add, it wasn't my intention, but after I heard Councilor Denley ask the city solicitor a question about why IVP versus the industrial zone, why by special permit versus permitted, I just want to expand on one technical matter. When staff recommends to the city council and to the planning board whether a use should be allowed by right, by special permit, or not to be permitted, which this proposed ordinance does, I want you to understand that that isn't some casual discussion where we feel somewhat demigod and say, well, we think that should be a P and we think that should be an S. We immerse those decisions, and I wanted to convey this to you, Council, because you asked the question, why? Why did we select that? Every single land use that we regulate, that we submit to the City Council, I want to turn to Section 17-2.0, Establishment of Districts. Each zoning district in the City of Attleboro, whether it's single family, which is then broken out into 5 districts, general residence, which is broken out into 3 districts, business, which is broken out into 3 districts, or industrial, which is broken out into 2 districts. This ordinance clearly articulates what can go in those, each general category, and where there's a split between, say, I and IBP in this case, what the nuances are there. So as we recommend to the City Council and the Planning Board to adopt this, please understand that we look at, or we did look at, 17-2.13, Section B, Establishment of Industrial Zoning Districts, about the IBP. If you read the definition of asphalt plant and correlate it to 17-2.13B, it'll make it that much more clear why we selected it. And I think for purpose of this hearing, if you may, just give me 10 seconds, let me read it for the record, for the public, so you understand the logic. Okay. These industrial zoning districts are established to accommodate industrial and business activities within the objectives set forth in the zoning ordinance. Industrial zoning districts, herein referred to as I, zoning industrial, shall be designated as I or IBP. Let me read just the IBP. And if you like, I'll read the I out of fairness, but I'm just going to dwell on the IBP, again, to afford the clarity why we selected it here. And then when you read the asphalt plant, you ask yourself, does that fit the IBP? So again, I want to manifest that the thought process was put into it based on this section. And let me read it to you. The IBP zoning district is established to accommodate, encourage, attract, and concentrate environmentally sound I and B industrial and business development in a park-like setting to provide flexibility for an attractive, efficient, and economical design of an industrial park, of an industrial business park, to encourage ingenuity and originality in site design, to provide a protective zone, and to ensure compatibility between land uses within the park and the environment through performance standards. The provisions set forth in here are established to A, provide a healthful operating environment for industry and business. B, protect land uses within the park from the encroachment of other incompatible uses adverse to the operation and expansion of such land uses. C, reduce to a minimum the impact of IBP on surrounding uses and to the development of properties adjacent to the park. D, protect the health and safety of both workers and residents in the area. And E, dissuade business or industry which depends, targets, or generates residential traffic as its primary source of business. You take that definition and put that against asphalt plants, I think it kind of stands for itself. So again, I just wanted to express that it's just not a matter of, well, let's go with an I, we'll just tick this off. We very, through a lot of discussion, select these regulations predicated on the establishment of those zoning districts. So I just want to kind of expand, not to speak for the city solicitor, I wouldn't do that, but I just want to kind of expand on his definition rather than trying to afford any clarity to it. And those are my remarks tonight, so.
Mr. General.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Asian. I didn't want you to think by any means I was saying that you guys haphazardly threw this
I didn't
together.
infer that.
Okay.
I just wanted to let the council know the thought process that goes behind the recommendations that come, whether it's my staff, the building inspector's staff, the city solicitor, the collaboration it goes through, a very rigorous process before we get to the final draft, before it ultimately comes for a public hearing.
Because with Mr. Mangiarotti, I try to narrow things as narrow as possible to get specific legal definitions. I think what I would be comfortable with hearing from you without giving any locations, just yes, no answer, would you feel like there might be a suitable industrial location that possibly by special permit a concrete plant or an asphalt plant under the proposed ordinances could open? Is there such a location in the city that you feel could occur? Yes, no?
Yes, in our industrial,
Okay.
yes.
That gives me reassurance that this doesn't blanket out, it doesn't block out the whole city. It's not like gridding out the entire city. There's still possibilities where if you want to open an asphalt plant by special permit and you go through the right avenues, that could be an option to someone somewhere in the city possibly.
We would not advance to the city council to adopt an ordinance where mechanically on paper it works, but physically it wouldn't, because that's not right. We wouldn't do that. So the short answer is yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your hard work on this, Gary.
Mr. Church.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the definition itself, Gary, already prohibits it in one certain type of industrial park.
Currently, yes, sir.
Okay, so the redundancy is not a guarantee that there won't be one in the city.
That's right. All it is this language,
I
all it
understand.
does is manifest
Your
what we
definition
would have done
itself
anyhow, sir.
precludes the
In the
legislation.
IBP.
Yes.
In the IBP.
Yes. And it's just a redundancy to that legislative issue you just read to us.
That's correct.
But it does not eliminate the possibility of a plant in the city.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of Mr. Asian? Welcome.
Gary, if you just, since you have the book right there, could you just tell me, what is the distance for an industrial zone, for a buffer zone?
There is none.
There is none.
No, sir.
Yet, what is the buffer zone for the IBP?
200 feet from another resident from a non-IBP zone.
Right. And 500 feet overall? No? I thought it was 500, but, okay. But just with that alone, the definition of light manufacturing recognizes the close proximity to residential. And the fact that if you did not, industrially you don't have a buffer zone. IBP, you do have a buffer zone because with the kind of light manufacturing that we were hoping was going to go in there, we were looking at a buffer zone to minimize any impact whatsoever on the residential properties that surrounded the IBP. And so if you take that up a notch, and you start allowing heavy manufacturing in there, which is not what it's zoned for by definition.
It's not zoned for that.
Then the buffer zone that you initiated to keep that disturbance away from neighbors disappears.
Would be reduced. I'd rather use the word reduced, so it's used to measure an absolute, which is the a reduction is a reduction. That's subject to debate.
Yep.
But if you say disappearance, it's an absolute, which one could argue, no, it's not. So I'd rather say it would be a reduction. I wouldn't necessarily go as far as saying it's a reduction, sir.
Okay, that's good enough.
I mean a disappearance,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's all right. Thank you, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Okay.
Anyone else to speak in favor? Name and address for clerk.
Sure. Patty McGuire, 235 Tiffany Street. I just want to say that neighbors throughout Attleboro never, especially I live on Tiffany Street, we never envisioned the asphalt. 99% of us would never have bought our homes. We knew the cement companies there. We've lived with that. But now to throw another horrendous thing at us, I think every neighbor has the right to know what could be in their neighborhood, and this defines it. And, like I said, do you want it in your neighborhood? Would you buy a home next door to an asphalt company? The smells, the carcinogens. I know the state of New York does not allow any tractor trailer carrying the carcinogens for an asphalt plant through their state. They have to go around it because of the carcinogens. We haven't heard anything about that. The smells, the environmental, the health issues. This just goes on and on. We need to start regulating and being definitive and just not saying you're grandfathered in. Grandpa's been gone a long time, especially with this property. I always assumed once a property was sold, Grandpa no longer existed. It's time to start putting our foot down and start looking after the neighbors and the residences. And we'd like to see this. So we know, honestly, when all the problems with the cement plant came in, there was 10 houses that up and moved. I hate to see a mass exodus again. If this happens, if you do not do this and this is allowed to come into our neighborhood, people are going to abandon their homes because they're never going to sell them for what they're worth. Never. So I think neighbors have the right to know what could come into your neighborhood. And, we appreciate the fact that you're willing to think about it. Thank you.
Any questions? Mr. Denley first. You didn't get your hand up fast enough.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire, for coming in. I think you give us an important viewpoint on this. Oftentimes around this horseshoe, we hear you, overregulation. And what you're saying is, in this case, that we want regulation. We want you to protect us from this thing that we do not want in our neighborhood. So please, as a government, use your regulatory powers to differentiate this so that we're not exposed to something that we never intended to be exposed to.
Correct.
I appreciate that point of view because we don't hear that a lot. So thank you for coming in and expressing that. I appreciate that.
Mr. Churchill.
When you first came in, you were thinking the other way,
Oh, no, not.
okay?
Absolutely not.
So all these people here are in favor,
They are in favor of seeing this ordinance,
okay?
yes.
But they're against the plan.
They are, the ones that I
Well, the
know
ones-
of,
okay.
yes.
Because when I first heard it, I was confused as to what we were doing. Were we allowing a plan into the city or not? So you're ahead of me. When you came here, you knew this ordinance was not going to allow them into the city?
I knew this ordinance was going to say either we're going to say this can be allowed in your area or not.
Okay, thank you.
Am I good?
Yep.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak in favor?
Hello, Maria Smith. I live at 56 Tiffany Street, right down the road from the Sand and Gravel Corp. I want to thank you for the clarification that was offered this evening, because I didn't know which way, whether I should be in favor or not in favor of this ordinance. But I do now know, because of the clarification, that it is something that I'm interested in order to protect the neighbors. I've been at that residence for about 35 years and hope to remain, but don't necessarily want to have a bituminous plant down the road from me. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Anyone else to speak in favor?
Yes, my name is Bill Blaze, spelled the same way as yours, but you say R. First, I want to say, for the people on Tiffany Street, I feel bad for you, because I travel Tiffany Street 4 times a day going back and forth to work, and the dust and the stuff that comes out of that plant as it is now is ridiculous. I mean, your homes must be so full of cement and dust. I don't know how you keep them clean. I butt against the old Morse Sand and Gravel, so I am one of the closest abutters on the Thatcher Street side. 24/7 I hear jackhammer, and I go to bed at night and jackhammer is in my head. And I go home for lunch, I sit on my deck, I never know when they're gonna dynamite. And it goes off. And I watch the water in my pool go like this. I feel the ground, and there's a seismograph that goes to my neighbor's house. And I know it goes to the fire department, Mr. Churchill, and I'm sure that you've probably seen some of the readings. And do we ever know what it says? We don't know. All I can tell you is my windows shake, rattle, and roll. There is no netting. It used to be netting when it was more sand and gravel. There was no netting.
Excuse me, sir. We're speaking in favor of this particular ordinance.
Right, I understand.
Not of a particular site or another problem.
Okay, my point, I guess I'm trying to make is, with the heavy traffic and all the crap, the dust and that goes on, if we add an asphalt plant here, how much more are we gonna disrupt the neighborhood of trucking, smells, and changes to our environment of all of us existing and living around that neighborhood?
I understand that. So you are definitely in favor of the ordinance, the way it's
Yes.
presented this evening?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Blair, is it?
Blaze.
Okay.
You have an R. I don't know how you get an R.
No, I don't. Thank you. Thank you for coming in tonight. Anyone else to speak in favor? Do you want to do it?
My name is Paul Costa. I actually live on 11 Zarek Drive, so I'm in close proximity. Came here tonight just to hear what the ordinance was about. Was told of it coming before you tonight through Patty, who spoke earlier, in favor of everything that's been said up to so far. I think it should be an ordinance that's passed, given that I live in close proximity to the sand and gravel, and I'm currently new to the neighborhood, so it's been about 7 years in. So this is my second meeting, not on this topic, but second meeting, in reference to the relationship of the neighborhood and the plant, or the business.
Right.
So that's all I want to say.
So you're speaking in favor of the ordinance as written?
100%.
Thank you very much for coming in and taking the time. Is there anyone else to speak in favor?
My name's Tom Willett. I'm at 165 Tiffany. I'm probably, out of everybody here, I'm the closest to the entrance of the facility as it speaks now. And since I moved, that's been over the last 2 years, and the ambiguity that's I've seen since coming here, it just keeps going on and on and on. I never knew whether to come here or not until Patty sent out, we got a communal email, and I live right next to Barry, and I talk with him frequently as we do yard work. And he said, make sure that you stop by there. And I just want to make mention, I am in favor of it, just as an intention to purchase a home. I think if something like that was to go in, it dramatically reduce the value of the home in the area. Therefore, my equitable position on the property would diminish, And as we see now, people's property values have diminished and people are in foreclosure, so I don't want to put myself in that position. And going forward with purchasing a home in this town, I'd hope that there would be more clarity to the zoning areas around us. So I appreciate you guys putting all the time and effort into clarifying those issues for us.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor? And what I'm going to do after I go through the next couple of sequences here is ask for a show of hands, and my camera, or our camera crew will pick it up. Is there anyone to speak in opposition of this ordinance?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Higgins from Edgewood Development Company. I'm here on behalf of Attleboro Sand and Gravel. To the best of our knowledge, there are only 2 property owners in the IBP now. The new people that want to build the sports complex and Mr. LaRusso. And despite all of the supposed, this isn't just focused on one person, it's very clear that this is focused on one person and one entity, which is Attleboro Sand and Gravel. And we are very concerned.
Excuse me, sir, that's not the case this evening. I made that known. This is an ordinance. There'll be no presentations tonight on behalf of an asphalt plant.
No, I'm not making a presentation, sir.
Okay,
I'm just saying
to
that
clarify that.
there are only 2 property owners in the IBP, and this would impact one. So I'm in opposition to this article. If this goes forward, it is going to harm Attleboro Sand and Gravel. They currently operate, they have a permit to operate a concrete plant, and they wish to continue to do so. So if this ordinance passes, they will become a non-conforming use. And we are very concerned that if this ordinance passes, we are looking at what we would almost consider a spot zone, because it will only affect Attleboro Sand and Gravel and Mr. LaRusso. This ordinance, if it passes, would take rights away that Attleboro Sand and Gravel currently enjoys. And we do not support it. They've been producing concrete there for 60 years. The intentions of the IBP zoning district were grand and honorable, but it didn't happen. There were no users in the IBP. The zoning was changed to allow the sports complex to go forward. Mr. LaRusso's corporation controls the other parcel within the IBP, which this ordinance would impact and adversely impact the operations that they currently enjoy. So we are in strong opposition to this ordinance.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Carthy.
Thank you, Council Blair.
You've been known to foul that up on many
You have the same spelling. Mr. Higgins, I don't think your take on the ordinance is absolutely correct. I believe it's partially correct. That if you are a concrete operation at the time this ordinance passes, you are grandfathered use to continue the use of producing concrete on that site. If, however, you lapse for a period of time, and I believe it's 2 years, then you may not be able to re-engage into the production of concrete. This is an ordinance on the governance of the uses of land. It's not establishing a license to produce bituminous asphalt or concrete, which is a totally different story. A license, the right to produce can be revoked. This is on the governance of land going forward. And because you are an existing, you would be able to continue to exist unless you ceased operations. So that, concrete.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to make that clarification, and that concludes my comments.
Okay, Mr. Denman.
Yes, Mr. Higgins, thank you for coming in tonight. Are you on, so, in your opinion, right now, do you believe that you can produce concrete by right, or do you believe that you are grandfathered in to produce concrete?
We believe we can produce it by right.
Because your argument is that it's light manufacturing.
We look at it as the processing of raw materials, actually.
Okay.
So you wouldn't see the, I can't ask legal arguments? This is unfair to this gentleman.
Yeah, but that's for.
I'm not asking about his business, I'm asking about his legal argument as to why he, and I don't necessarily even agree with this gentleman, but I believe he should be able to express his legal opinion on concrete versus why he can run his business where he runs it. We're not using business names, we're not using locations.
This plant, Jeremy, was there before I was born. So I think they have a legal right to operate as grandfathered in before zoning.
Mr. Higgins disagrees. He says that he has it by right due to light manufacturing, and that directly is relevant to this ordinance.
I'm afraid, Jeremy, that I don't want to go down this road. I think this is something subject for conversation after the public hearing among the councilors. We're here to get, and I'm not trying to believe me, because I'm easy to get along. This is input. It's not a legal.
Okay, I will stop asking questions, but I'd like to voice my objection to being stopped.
Okay, thanks, Jeremy. Sorry. Yes, Ms.
Just
Hagan.
point of, if there does need to be clarification, we could always have an executive session too, or
Yeah,
something.
it just, I've been
With certain-
stringent on this in the past, not to disagree with you, but public hearings are to take public input, and I appreciate your public input like I appreciate the rest of you been here tonight. But I just don't want to get back and forth in something that,
Nor do I, Mr. Chairman. We just feel that we currently have the legal right to do both functions.
yeah, and that's,
We would like to, if you're going to do anything, we recommend that they be by special permit, because the IBP does have performance standards. Contrary to what was said previously, IDP has a multiple layer of performance standards that would apply to any facility that, and I have just stood here and gone before the planning board and zoning board and had to meet all those standards.
okay, but that's the way we're viewing this ordinance, and we did look at it with the point that there is an avenue, but not in this particular zone. They've changed that. So, I appreciate you coming tonight, and I'm sorry if you think I shut you off, but
No, sir, we're fine.
I just didn't want to get into legal.
Don't let 'em
Mr.
run out.
Churchill.
Irregardless of grandfather or by right, you object to the clarification of what is a concrete plant and one is a asphalt plant. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Well, that's the issue here.
That's what I'm asking.
That's all we're asking. We're asking it
No,
that we clarify what is concrete, what is asphalt.
but you're not.
I'm not arguing that you're right. I'm not a lawyer. You've been there since before I was born, and I was born around the time of Peter, although I think he's older than me. And I think you're safe, but I'm not a lawyer. My question to you is, you object to the clarification of concrete and an asphalt plant?
No, sir, just that.
Well, that's what this ordinance is about, not about your
Also
business.
saying whether they're permitted or not permitted.
Okay. But
Which is huge.
that's my understanding. We're here to clarify the two, not that his business is at risk.
No, the business definitely is not at risk as
I feel it is, sir,
stands
and
now.
I'd like the record just to show that, that's all.
Huh?
I don't see that. But
feel
I
like-
understand your concern. I don't see it. I don't think that's the issue here. I think the issue is the clarification of two plants, and then would they fit into the city scheme? You're already in the city scheme. You've been here since, even before you were born.
Well, understood, but my client feels that they can produce asphalt as a matter of right, and this ordinance would say it's not permitted.
Okay.
So I'm here to say that Attleboro Sand and Gravels feels a right is being taken away from them if this ordinance is.
Okay, so if we pass this ordinance, you have to get a special permit, and that's why you're here.
No, sir, it would be not permitted.
Be not permitted.
So the right would be taken away completely.
Okay.
It'd have to be rezoned industrial.
And,
So that's,
and one of the reasons I'm for the ordinance is so you can't produce.
I understand that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else to speak in favor? I mean opposed? Anybody to speak neither for nor against?
Peter, I just want to make a sort of point of information.
There's, hey, I'm sorry, Bob, I've got point of information.
Well, I want to speak neither for or against. You
No,
can't.
you've already spoken. You've already spoken.
Oh, I didn't know the rules. I beg your pardon.
I can't believe you didn't know the rules, Bob.
No, I rely on Frank Cook for all this stuff. So.
Huh?
That's all right. Doug will do it.
Doug, you can.
Doug can.
I'm
You
going to
can't.
speak neither for nor against.
No, no, no
And I'm going to
problem.
make it very clear.
What's fair for one, is fair for all.
If you do not pass this ordinance, ordinances are very, and definitions are very interpretive. If you do not pass it, you may end up have something permitted by a judge and not by the city. If you pass it, you leave it up to the city. Plain and simple.
Period.
Period.
Thank you very much.
So if I may, Mr. President, Mr. Semple, thank you very much for clarifying that. If I may make a comparison to what used to happen before we had a conservation ordinance. We had a conservation commission that contractors would go to and say, we want to build this here. And Concom would say to them, no, you can't, because it's a wetlands. And they would go to the judge, Superior Court, and make the same declaration to Superior Court. And the judge would say to his staff, is there a local ordinance which says they can't do that? No. Give you permission to do it. So ComCom walks away with egg on their face because until we passed a conservation ordinance, they did not have a local ordinance to back up their say as to whether or not it could be done. And this, Mr. Semple, seems to me to be quite the same parallel.
Very well said.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No question.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, Doug. Mr. Denley. Denisi.
Yes, sir.
Do you see any reason to hold this public hearing open?
No.
Mr. Denley, do you see any reason to keep this public hearing open?
I'd like my objection noted that I didn't feel Mr. Higgins got to be questioned on the legalities of this. So I would like to keep it open, but I believe my colleagues would like it closed. So I will let it be closed.
I'm sorry if I offended you, by the way, publicly. I didn't intend that, but I didn't want it to go down that path. All right. Yes.
You were going to ask for a show of hands.
Yeah.
Before we close it, I
Thank you
think we
very
should do
much.
that.
Could we please have a show of hands, the people that are here, that are in favor of this ordinance? Hold them up there for a minute while the camera gets a shot for AACS. Okay, thank you very much. Those hands down, those are here that are not in favor of this ordinance. And the camera will pick that up too. Thank you very much. Make a motion this public hearing be closed.
You don't have to make a
I don't have to. This public hearing is closed. Thank you. And I want to thank the planning board for this tonight. Did you miss anything?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. We're going to call for I'd like to... Oh, wait a minute.
We have another public hearing. We have to do the public hearings. We should do...
This should be not for you.
No, you're done.
You can go.
I think they were going regardless.
We can't be receiving information.
What? On what? Public...
Technically, you're not supposed to submit material to the council.
President, we're not in recess. President Blair, we're not in recess.
We have it quiet. We are not in recess. We have one more public hearing to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, would you please read the notice for the next public meeting?
Public hearing relative to the layout of Riverfront Drive as a public way and accept said way in any related drainage, water, or sewage facilities or easements as shown on a plan and profiled entitled Riverfront Drive, Attleboro, Mass. Acceptance Plan and Profile by Horsley Witten Group dated 4/10/2015, scale 1 inch to equals 40 feet.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in favor? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Is there anyone to speak neither for nor against? Is there anyone here to speak neither for nor against? Hearing none. Mr. Churchill, do you see any reason to hold this public hearing open?
No, Mr. President, acting on your behalf, I see no reason to keep it open.
I declare this public hearing closed. Thank you. And we will take just a 5-minute recess, and then we will come back.
Make a motion.
Make a motion, we take a recess.
Do it a vote.
Aye.
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 Motion passes.
Amen.
That wasn't one of our best votes.
He liked you.
Good touches.
I'm coming.
So it's Christmas.
Call the city council back to order at 9:29. Let me see if I can find my program. Look at the program.
I'm impressed.
Huh?
I'm impressed.
I was almost thinking of getting a laptop.
Yeah, but then you'd have to have somebody tell me how to use it.
Now they're gonna have to have somebody tell me how to use it, that's all.
You think the seismograph moves when Attleboro St. Gravel blows up?
We have,
It'll go with him, yeah.
Committee of the Whole. Entertain a motion to go into Committee of the Whole.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Is there anyone who wishes to address the council on any matter concerning city business? George, you're not coming up, huh? Okay.
Move to rise.
Entertain a motion to rise.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We have risen. Now we call for committee reports, and starting with budget and appropriation. Brian, you can do yours
That one
first.
first?
Yeah,
Just do the, both, or just do the emergency measure?
let's just
Do the emergency?
do the emergency measures so George can
All right.
write. Go. Excuse me? Where is she? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't notice she was missing. We're gonna need Miss Hegney, so. Sorry, Shannon. That's all right. We did Committee of the Whole, and we're back. Brian is gonna do the emergency measures, so get that one out of the way.
All set?
All set.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. From the docket of May 19th, 2015, I move to adopt the following emergency preamble, that the Attleboro Municipal Council vote to take action as provided in the city charter, section 2-9B, regarding the emergency which presently exists relative to the request of the mayor to appropriate $80,900 from Fund 8455 Stabilization Fund to account 1510100-530101 Health Professional Services relative to the Finberg Field site remediation. Due to time constraints involved in the nature of the emergency makes it necessary to take action without waiting the prescribed time as provided in the city charter.
Second.
Any comments?
We had the mayor before us. We also had a representative from DEP before us to answer questions. As I see it, we have been monitoring Finberg Field and that as a former dump site. It has been found to have within it some areas of high levels of lead within the field, within the ground. It is they've stated that it is not an immediate threat, but to have to remove that material makes it an emergency in terms of needing to complete the work by a deadline that was set by the DEP by this summer. As you know, it takes some time between getting the vote signed and the work begun. It does take some time to get this stuff taken care of. So for that piece, in terms of that we are deciding whether it's an emergency, I believe that the issue is a time constraint that needs to get taken care of prior to this summer. Regardless of what's going on at the field, whether it's ball games, passive recreation, or farmer's market, I believe that this qualifies as an emergency to try to get this material out of the ground as quick as possible. And that concludes my comments.
Mr. Conti?
Thank you, Mr. President. I disagree with my good colleague, Councilor Kirby. I do not think that this qualifies as a emergency measure. The mayor stated clearly that there's no imminent risk to health and safety. The only reason why this is an emergency measure is because the mayor declared it as an emergency measure, and that's what the charter says. If the mayor says it's an emergency measure, it's an emergency measure. Doesn't mean that we have to accept it. I am in opposition of what this emergency measure does to the budgeting process. If this is allowed to become an emergency measure, the money must come out of the stabilization fund. If it is not an emergency measure, then the funding can be budgeted and we can start the process on July 1st. Granted that the farmers market uses Finberg Field, farmers market is movable. We've moved it before, we can move it again. So I'm against taking the funds out of the stabilization fund for the purposes of having a farmer's market, which is a movable feast, where the money could be budgeted, and this is clearly, in my opinion, not an emergency measure. And that concludes my comments.
Walter, do you mind? Oh, I'll wait till.
Okay.
Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'd like to take it a step further. I agree with Councilor Conti's comments. However, this project will take about 9 weeks, I estimate. And of course, we all know with projects, they may go a bit longer sometimes. Well, most likely they do, and they cost more. However, the argument that the mayor stated for this being an emergency measure, do you recall what he said about this, why this was an emergency measure?
We were going.
Was because of the time constraints of the farmer's market opening. He used that as his excuse for being an emergency measure here. And like I said, it's going to take approximately 9 weeks to complete this project. 9 weeks from now, already pretty much runs into the farmer's market season. Okay, unless we get this thing going like tomorrow or the next day, which I don't think it's going to take some time to get off the ground. It's not going to be next week. It'll be a few weeks. It's a 9-week project, so that you're getting 3, 4, 5 weeks into the farmer's market season. So I don't think it's an emergency. As Councilor Conti stated, there is no imminent danger there. So I'd like to see us hold off on it and get some more feedback and look for other options if we can. I know there are other options out there, as Ms. Solano stated this evening, and I'd like to explore those. And that completes my comments.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Churchill's next.
Go ahead, Mr. Cooper.
So I don't disagree, but to me, it's not necessarily about the farmer's market. For me, for the Cooper family, it's about the 2 kids and the nephew that play on that field 3 days a week. And don't think, Rick, you know lead paint probably better than all of us in terms of the health hazards associated with lead paint in residential properties and the effects that lead had on a subset of kids, especially in that time when it was used the most. Some of you may have been.
Never chewed on the windowsill.
That would be a good reason why I am.
I think that there is the fact that they say there's no health hazards and yeah, that's all well and good until you're standing on that spot 3 days a week thinking about your kids that are playing in the baseball sand or playing in the dirt over there, where these sites are located. I think we had to do it. We knew we had to do it. Both of you knew we had to do it last year. We spent some money to look into it last year, and you didn't have any comments. But now I'm feeling like, and I'm not involved in the farmer's market, now I feel like you're both jabbing at the farmer's market because you can versus what you can. The other what's more important to me, the Coopers, is the fact that I'm there 2 and 3 days a week with two of my own kids and my nephew playing on those fields, and I think for $80,000 we spent $10 million here to build a DPW garage, and I think we asked 4 questions. We want to spend $80,000 cleaning up lead, which has got to go. They've been telling us for years it's got to go. We're making a mountain out of it. What? It's ridiculous. These things need to be done. They told us to do it. like Nike, just do it. It's 80 grand. And then the farmer's market can go on, and the Coopers can play over there, and all the other families can play baseball over there and not worry about if the kids are exposed to lead. I heard what they said. There's no imminent health danger. And we could budget it. Yes, we can. But it's $80,000 whether we budget it or not.
Okay. Mr. Churchill. Mr. Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's been my privilege to be in this honorable body, but I am totally taken back sometimes at how the political process gets us behind a target, and this is one of the times we're behind a target. I don't disagree with my colleague. I think it should be a budgetary item. However, and I'm not convinced that the way it was presented convinces anyone that it's an emergency, and I don't disagree that it may not be. The issue is the target's been raised, and I do think it should be in the budget. However, and I'm going to go against my convictions. I'm going to support this issue only because we've held up the target. I live next door to this field, so I have a bigger interest than any of you. And my family's in that field every day almost. And I'm not worried about that, but I think the fact that we brought it to the public's attention, it exists, and Jonathan, you made some good points too about the radiation and the dials that were there. And I was working for the city when they cleaned that up, and it was from TI, and I don't know who should really be paying for this. The problem is, we've already said, hey, we've got a problem, we've got to deal with it. I'm not convinced the time restraints are that accurate, and you might be right. They might be digging it up, and we hope that they're not digging it up, and nothing's going to happen over there. That field's going to be obscure. However, taking both sides of the ledger, I think, I don't disagree with what Rich Conte said, but I'm not as emotionally involved as you are, Mark.
Well,
but I wasn't here last time. But I do believe that we've raised the issue, and we need to deal with it. I think I don't disagree that it shouldn't come out of the. I think it should be a budgetary item.
I don't disagree with that.
Well, that's passed. We're into
right.
something else.
Point.
We just got to
Easy.
deal.
We move on. Ms. Hegney was next.
Thank you. Councilor Churchill had said basically everything I wanted to say, and basically the flag has been raised. And what I'm hearing from the general public is what Mark has just kind of expressed. One person, but citywide, the parents, they don't even know if they want to take their kids to the field now. Like, and I know it may not be, and I totally agree with everything you said about even with the stabilization fund and the funding, but now it's been brought to the attention, and the parents, the citizens, want something done. That we've brought it to their attention, and they do want something done. And with all due respect for any other group that uses the field, or I walk over there, that's not. I don't care, with all due respect, I don't care if the farmer's market is held up or not, because I think because what she even said is the organic feeling of a farmer's market, but we've raised the flag, and just the emotion Councilor Cooper is showing, one parent, multiply that by every kid on that field, that's all.
Mr. Conte, then Ms. Perica.
Thank you.
And then myself.
Mr. President, I take exception that Councilor Cooper is politicizing my position by changing my objection. I stated clearly that I am against this being an emergency measure because it's an 8-week process between now and the end of our fiscal year, and it's an $80,000 impact on our stabilization fund. What I heard the DEP chairman say is that essentially you have to reach down into the dirt 3 feet and grab a handful of dirt and eat it to get sick. So we don't need to be creating a horror show about Finberg Field or be totally afraid of the passive recreation on Finberg Field. The mayor made that very clear. Finberg Field is free to play. It has a lifted activity use limitation. The DEP sees no reason why we can use Finberg Field in the state that it is for the next 8 weeks in its normal course of action with any risk to health, no imminent risk to health and safety. That's what I heard. And I think by scaring people into thinking that their children are playing on a Superfund site is the wrong thing for this council to be doing. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Conte. Ms. Perica.
I'll let Councilor Cooper take my spot on this, if I can reserve the right to address at the end, please.
It has nothing to do with that, Rick.
Okay.
Nothing to do with that whatsoever. I'm not trying to make anybody upset. The only person upset here is me, because I'm there 4 days a week. You lived through the lead paint thing, Rick. Were people absolutely misinformed, misguided, misled on lead paint? Was anybody in this country ever misled on lead paint, Rick? Yes, they were. They certainly were. Were they ever misled or misguided on tobacco use? Yes, they were. That happens. And that was my point. They said to us tonight, they do have to clean it up. They do have to clean it up. They were told to do this monitoring of these wells, and this is what they found. We're not making this. Councilor Cooper isn't creating this because he feels like spending 80 grand. They told us we have an activity use limitation by which we have to do audits. We missed the audit date? Yes, we did. He said that. It's been greater than 10 years. But when they went out there and did those corings and borings 3 feet down, yes, they found lead. And Councilor Waite's right. Maybe they'll find something else. Who knows? Let's pray, hope and pray that they don't. But they may. And they clearly said, you gotta eat a cup of it to get lead, exposure from being out there. I don't think anybody's eating a cup of lead, but you open and close windows in an old house and you can get lead exposure. Happens. Still happens today. If you buy an old house, that's why we all have to sign lead disclosures when we buy houses built before that period in that period of time. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm stating the facts. He stood there and said, we have to clean it up based on an audit from our AUL. And that AUL, during that audit time, that you approved the money to spend back then to look at. I don't disagree with your position that we didn't get the report on what was found. They stood here this evening and told us the only thing they found as required, but through the audit, was lead. So let's clean it up.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Did you have, you're all set.
Thank you. Just as I'm having flashbacks to a couple of years ago. I'm not gonna lie, it's an uncomfortable position for me to be in. In the time frame between the conversation that we had with the mayor and the representative from DEP, I got about 15 text messages from parents stating exactly what Mr. Cooper is saying. Now that this has come out into the open, I understand that we need to reserve emergency measures for specific reasons. We have the time, the crews are ready, the money is there, and there's no increase in cost in doing it right now. I think that the general temperament of this council isn't going to change if we don't use this as an emergency measure. There's no other way to manage this issue that will pass this council. So instead of having a bunch of parents that are in a panic, and yes, you know what, Councilor Conti's correct. Farmers market is movable, and I've already had assurances that the farmers market will be taken care of. Should the area need more work or anything like that, so we're good. AFM and the board of directors are good. However, I was a little disappointed when the mayor was like, "Well, it's to meet the opening day of farmers market," because I knew from across the way it would come full barrel at me any way it could. So I'm a little disappointed in that, but I don't see any reason. I don't think this is an egregious use of an emergency measure. I think it's completely reasonable. I think that there are parents and constituents in the city that want this taken care of as soon as possible. So let's just do it.
Last bite of the apple, then I'm getting up and speak. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to take this one a little bit further. This motion right here is for the emergency measure.
Yeah.
And I don't know, but what I heard tonight was the reason for the emergency measure was the farmers market, nothing else. I don't know if anybody else heard that, but that's what I heard, the farmers market. But anyway, just moving a little bit forward.
Point of order. Actually, on my motion, I said that the mayor stood at the podium and said that this motion needs to be done because it has to be completed this summer. Not because of the farmer's market. He may have said that during his motion, but he did say that this had to be done and they wouldn't have to go forward and get an extension if it wasn't done by a certain point this summer. So,
I believe you're out of order. I believe it's Council
I may have run a point of order.
He's out of order.
Can I just
All
continue,
right.
please?
Let's, Brian,
Let's vote.
calm down.
Okay, thank
We're
you.
gonna
Council Wade's floor.
Yes.
relax. Mr. Wade.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, yeah, so he did mention that as well, okay? He said by the end of the summer. However, I have information that says by the end of the year, not the fiscal year, by the end of the year. So I think it's important that we see what date, if we have a date, there must be a date, not the end of the summer, not next fall. We need a specific date. And I don't think we have that, and I believe it is towards the end of the year. I just want to go a little bit further with this, though.
Go ahead.
Okay? I just think that this is an emergency measure, and I think it's really not advisable for the city to do anything at Finberg Field on an emergency basis right now. Anything that would disturb or eliminate the ability to legally recover any remediation problems that we may have there or encounter. Okay? If we discover something in there, I know people don't think anything's in there, but I can show you some things back from the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000 to prove what is in there, okay? If they remove something out of there that's not good and not appropriate, okay? Wherever that material goes, the city can be liable for that down the road, okay? And by them removing that, say they remove a couple switches out of there, and they're gone. That's the city's only piece of evidence that we could get some money for. Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, but
don't get it?
I can't speak
Okay.
back to you. If you finish your comments,
Okay.
I'll relinquish the chair and
Okay.
speak to those comments.
Before you do that, can I just ask a question? Because if there's something, Jonathan, you would want it cleaned up though, right? If there is something.
Certainly.
Wouldn't you rather clean it up and then if there is, just have it the safety and cleanup? Are you against any touching of it?
No, I just
Through
don't,
the
I don't.
chair, if I may ask that question, I'm a little confused what you're opposed to. I understand what Council Conti, I'm sorry, I would say Conte, but I can understand because I had that same feeling about taking the money from the stabilization fund.
Right.
And not having that as budgeted. I do see that. Okay? And like Councilor Churchill had even mentioned, I'm not totally opposed to that.
Okay.
But I'm confused whether you ever want this cleaned up or not. Like, I guess I'm missing your argument.
Okay, well-
Instead of being argumentative, be
Okay.
argument.
Okay, here's the thing. I just don't think it's appropriate to go into Finberg Field and start digging up and moving things around in there. Okay? I think most likely we're gonna stumble upon something. And if we do, we're gonna get the money to clean that up. Okay? And most likely we will. And hopefully it's not disposed of improperly because then we'll be in it for millions and millions of dollars. Okay? So, but what I would like to do is to hold off on the digging over there for right now, and let's take a look at other options that have been presented, because the mayor does have other options that were presented, such as installing asphalt over there and maintaining it, okay? But to go in there and dig this place up a little bit and move around these contaminated materials, radium, all this nuclear material that's in there, I just don't think it's the right thing to do. I think it's wrong. And we're talking about the emergency measure right now, I understand that, and I just do not believe it's an emergency measure for the reason that the mayor gave us tonight.
All right.
And that completes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Blair.
Thank you. Tough sitting there and biting your tongue all this time. As I stated earlier, and I probably shouldn't even have said it from the chair, but I've been around a long time along with Mr. Churchill. And I think they did due diligence back when they cleaned that up. I personally don't think it's, my opinion isn't that the farmer's market gets open at time. My opinion is the safety of the children, the people who use it feel, the ability to take it. They've done test borings or samples in those wells. They've come up with lead. They haven't come up with radioactivity.
They did test for it.
Excuse me, Councilor Blair has the floor.
I think they're gonna I think it's the right thing to do. We're gonna have to spend that 80 grand. Will we spend it now, or we spend it after July? Let's get it done. We wanna clean, whatever's there, we wanna clean it up. We wanna protect the kids. That's my main concern. It certainly isn't the farmer's market,
That's what the mayor said.
because he did not say that, first of all. You just
Excuse
sit
me,
there-
you're out of order. That's the second time that I've said it. Mr. Blair has the floor. You want to go for a third? I'm ready for you.
Keep it here.
Mr. Blair.
I don't believe the mayor said that the only reason that we wanted to clean that field up was for the farmer's market. He said to help. He mentioned the farmer's market, but it wasn't the sole purpose to get that farmer's market open. The sole purpose, I think the biggest purpose, is protection of the public. That's what makes it an emergency measure to me, the protection of the public. God forbid they find something there. I don't want them to find anything there. I hope they don't. That lady up there said if they find something, the people that are working there could lose their licenses if they didn't tell us about it. They're not going to take anything away and hide it. She said that when she was asked. Let's get this over with, vote it. If you don't think it's an emergency measure, vote against it. But let's vote this, let's put the public at ease, let's take care of our constituents.
Councilor Wade.
Thank you.
And Councilor Churchill.
So I guess listening to some of the comments here tonight that going over to Finberg Field and digging up over there and causing a little commotion over there, it would definitely not present any kind of public, right? Do we know that for sure? Are we rolling the dice on this? That's what I think. I think we're rolling the dice on this, okay? And that frightens me very much so. Okay, once you open that ground, and if they take 1 milliliter to kill a liter of radium out of there, just go in 10 times that case.
Are you done, Mr. Wade?
Thank you.
Councilor Churchill.
We've already rolled the dice.
Yes, sir.
They've said we gotta get rid of the lead. And I don't disagree with Jonathan, there might be other things there, although I concur with Peter that in our time, I think they did the best that they could, and they probably got all the radium dials off the watches from TI. But here's the issue, if it's gotta be done, let's do it. And I don't disagree that it should be in the budget, however, the can of worms is open, we're in the field. If it takes a year to clean the field up, so be it. We're into it now, and you might as well know now than next year. And if there is stuff there, then you gotta clean it up. And we'll have to adjust, the whole city will have to adjust. Tough tomatoes.
Right.
But they said we gotta take the lead out, there were some time constraints. I don't disagree about the budget, but I think, and at first I was gonna vote against it, but we're into it now, let's just get it over with and get it done.
Councilor Blair.
I concur with Mr. Churchill. Both Ron and I have been around this town a long, long time, along with Ms. Hegney. You know, we are homegrown, as to say. Mr. Cooper grew up not too far from here. He knows what's going on down here. He's got legitimate concerns. I think you got the concern from the parents, and just to do the right by the community. As Mr. Churchill says, if we dig in the ground, they find something, we gotta clean it up. We have to close it, if we have to close that field down because somebody didn't do their job 40 years ago, and we've gotta correct it, then we correct it. Why put off the inevitable? So, to me, it is an emergency measure. It constitutes all the reasons for an emergency. I will be supporting the emergency measure as well as supporting the motion when it comes on the floor. And personally, I think it's time to move the question, put it to a vote.
Councilor Wade already had his hand up, and I will give him the floor, and then we will move the question.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. So other things to consider is we did have other options on the table that we really didn't get into too much. I would think that if we can just slow it down a little bit and take a look at those other options, that we may look at it differently, we may have more feedback that may trigger another question or something, and I think that's very important. Okay, and then one last item. Does anybody know who did the remediation back in the 80s over there? I can answer it.
It was the DEP, excuse me, the EPA.
Department of Public Health, right, but do you know under
was the
who the
EPA.
licensing supervisor on the job was?
No.
It was
Why is
CBM
that
Smith.
relevant?
Because it's the same company we have today who did not clean everything out like they said they had in a report dated in October of '81. And I'll get that out to all the councilors as well.
Okay.
They can take a look at that. And that completes my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. President, would you like to take the chair back, or would you like to stay?
You can,
Madam Clerk, this requires a roll call vote, and I believe we have to have, what's the amount? We have to have 3/4?
2/3.
2/3? If you could start the roll call vote, please.
I move the question.
move the
Peter.
question.
It's move the question. The vote's to move the question.
Excuse me, you're right. Vote to move the question, which is that a
Majority vote.
majority vote? Okay.
Can we start with Ms. Heckney this time?
I don't know.
Yes.
Everybody's saying yes,
Been
so
here a
let's
long
do that.
time.
Point of order, Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Moving the question is a 2/3 vote.
2/3? Thank you.
Mr. Acting President, could you clarify what moving the question means?
we vote on it.
Moving the question means we stop discussion and we take a
Vote on
vote.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Emergency measure.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nay, 1 nay.
Motion passes. Wait,
9-1. Because we're missing one.
yeah,
9-1.
9-1. The motion passes, and we now move for the motion that was read by Councilor Kirby. And we will have a roll call vote beginning
We have
with
to ask for
Mr.
discussion first.
Excuse me?
No, we just
Yes.
moved the vote.
No, we voted on the emergency measure.
No.
No, we
We
didn't.
just voted on.
No,
the
that was,
That was the
Now
vote to
goes
move.
to
that was to move the
Joe's
question.
Emergency
Sorry.
measure.
That's
Now
that's
this
all
is
right,
the
that's all
emergency
right.
measure.
My apology.
No problem, Rick.
Which is also a 2/3 vote.
There's also a 2/3 vote, and we will start the vote with Mr. Denley, please.
So this is on the emergency measure.
This is the emergency measure itself, or the
Emergency preamble.
preamble, yes.
Okay. Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Waite?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Heckney?
Yes.
8 yeas, 2 nays.
Motion passes.
Needed 8 to pass. Are you staying this way, or we?
Okay, back to Mr. Kirby again for the next motion. You want the chair back, Mr. President?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Also from the docket of May 19th, 2015, I move to approve as an emergency measure the request of the mayor to appropriate $80,900 from Fund 8455 Stabilization Fund to account 1510100-530101, Health Professional Services relative to the Finberg Field site remediation.
Second.
Thank you. Yeah.
Old habits.
Yes.
Die hard.
Comments? Mr. President, the total amount, maximum total amount of material that they're expecting to remove, and I understand expecting to remove, is 15 cubic yards, which is the equivalent of 3 small dump trucks, like you would get from Briggs Nursery for mulch.
Yeah.
Because that's the stuff I used to deliver. So it's 3 relatively small dump trucks worth of material total. And that would have included the material outside the fence. So if they even took more than expected, it would be 15 yards. So they're not even expecting to take all that much. They have their controls in place. They agreed to bring Geiger counters to look for those other materials. And sometimes you would say that when you dig in the ground, sort of like when I presented to the mayor, you open up the walls in a house, you never know what you're going to find. And I get that. But personally, what they've found is lead, and we need to get that out. If they find other materials, and I hope they don't, but if they find other materials, I'm glad they find them. And let's get them out. But we're not going to know unless we get the work done. Now, the objection to taking out of the stabilization fund, I get that. Sure, it should be in the budget. But right now, we need to move forward with just doing it. Is there a way later on to maybe return this to the stabilization fund? I'll ask the mayor. I don't know if that's available, but I'll ask the mayor. But right now, for our safety, public safety, for the people who use that field, the kids that use that field, it's time that we move on this. I think for our constituents, the best thing to do is to vote in favor, to move this money over to take care of this vote. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Mr. Conti.
Mr. President, I'd like to read a portion of the letter from David G. Polcari, professional engineer and associate of CDM Smith, Inc., into the public record. It's from a letter dated to Alan Perry, Health Agent, Health Department, City of Attleboro, 77 Park Street, Attleboro, dated April 27, 2015, and this was given to me tonight. On page 6, at the top of page 6, Camp Dresser McGee Smith is talking about the schedule for Finberg Field. And it reads as follows. CDM Smith is prepared to mobilize and begin this work immediately. We're also prepared to meet any scheduling constraints with other activities at the site as needed. Depending on when notice to proceed is issued, it is possible to complete a significant portion of the work in the current fiscal year or delay until the upcoming fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2015. That concludes that paragraph, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments? I figured you said it all. Go ahead.
No, I have plenty more to go. And again, I would like to also read a quick paragraph from Mr. Philip Weinberg, who is the director at CERO, Southeast Regional Office. And I asked him about to find out what he's known about the material that's in there. And he told me, and I'm going to quote what he has here, and he said, nuclear material is statutory exempt from MGL C21E and the MCP. Simply put, radiological contamination is outside of Mass DEP jurisdiction. Therefore, the assessment conducted by CDM did not consider the radium. Nuclear material management is the responsibility of the Department of Public Health. And we were told tonight that it was tested for radium and other nuclear materials. And I've been told right here in this communication, I can forward that to anybody, that the assessment did not consider radium. Thank you.
If I may redirect to Councilor, yes, thank you. Sorry, I jumped in on there, but if I may redirect to Councilor Waite, when the individual from DEP was here, Millie, lovely, she specifically stated those exact words, that testing for those particular particles are outside of the purview of the DEP, and she was in constant contact for weeks. And today, she said very specifically, okay, so whatever. So she contacted the people at the Department of Public Health and had a conversation with them. And those very specific words that you were using, they discussed, and the DEP did not say that they tested for that. They have verified with the Department of Public Health that those tests that all of the documentation that they have, that those particles have been remediated. Have some things been left behind? Potentially. But what you're indicating by your comments just then are in contrast to what happened here tonight. So, and my other, just finally, perception is reality. with regards to this. So when parents, moms, dads, when George writes a nice letter, nice article in the paper about this tomorrow, parents are gonna see, Finberg Field, it's toxic. What are we gonna do? They're gonna freak out. Really? It's not gonna change what we're going to do. And I've sat through budget, only once, but I've sat through budget. And I can almost guarantee you it's gonna be pretty hard come that time to find the money to be able, not that we're not required to do so, but if we need more, let's do part of it now. And if we need to budget the remainder of it, should there be a remainder, then we can handle that during budget time. But let's let parents sleep, again, I'll reference the 15 text messages from the huge families, all those Ward 4 people that live out there. They're like, Heather, oh my gosh, I'm seeing this, what's going on? Perception is reality. Let's put it to bed for them, show them that we're working for them, and then if we need to continue to get it cleaned up, then we can do so. Thank you.
Thank you. We could go in circles for 3 more hours. I would like to move the question.
Second.
Because I didn't get my.
This, the question requires
I have a question, Mr. President. I know you don't want to see my hand up, but I just...
You can't debatable. Let's move the question.
Okay, I apologize. And not to belay what Ms. Hegney just said,
You don't have the floor.
You
I'm
can't.
sorry. I'm
We
sorry.
gotta move the question. We gotta take a vote.
Ronnie, if I see your hand,
No, okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't know you, I thought you were done.
that's gonna
Just vote no.
require 2/3 vote?
If you wanna be
A simple majority on it.
Two-thirds.
Huh?
Two-thirds.
Okay. You know where we're starting?
Yep, Ms.
Okay.
Hegney.
Not allowed a question now?
Okay. Ms. Hegney?
To move the question,
question,
to
yeah.
vote, yes.
Move the question.
Yes.
That was the question.
So, you're gonna.
Oh, that was the question.
What's going on?
All right,
Moving the
so,
question.
Ms.
Which
Hegney,
votes on
we
moving the
we started
question?
the
Yeah.
vote.
Okay.
yeah, over here. Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
No.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
No.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Churchill?
No.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
6 yeas, 4 nays.
Motion fails.
Motion fails, we're still in discussion.
Raise your hand.
Go ahead, you got it.
Raise your hand.
Now I'm lost, I'm totally lost.
Just raise your hand.
Okay, all right.
Raise your hand. Get acknowledged.
Mr. Churchill.
Sorry, Mr.
Ask the
President.
question.
I only voted no because I wanted to
And we
keep
want
us
to
here
hear-
till midnight.
And we want to hear your question.
Okay. But without trying to act as a referee, and not defending either one of these gentlemen, I don't think we should be poo-pooing Jonathan's concerns. However, I do agree that we should do it now, and if it is there, we're gonna find it. And I think any delay is foolishness, just supporting what he just said. If it's there, let's find it. Okay, I don't understand why we're gonna delay this into next year's budget, although I do agree with my counselor here that it should have been in the budget. It's not. Let's get it going. I don't understand how we can delay this anymore. That's all I have to say, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. See, that is part of my concern is if we did find something there. That's a big concern, and we got rid of it. We don't want to get rid of it because getting rid of the switches, okay, or anything we may find down there, okay, and I'll say it again, that is our proof that where it came from. We know where it came from, okay? TI, okay? That's where it came from. By having those switches and having any of that in there, they can be liable for it, not us. We start taking this stuff out and we move it and we find there is something wrong in there, here's the liability right here, right here. Everybody's gonna be paying out a lot more money, be looking at millions. That completes my comments.
I disagree, but does anybody else got a comment?
No, let's go ahead and take a vote again.
So we vote this,
Take it.
we're voting on the original
The motion. The motion as read.
motion as read.
Beginning with
Okay.
Mr. Denley.
Mr. Dunley.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Waite?
No.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hickney?
Yes.
8 yeas, 2 nays.
Motion passed.
Thanks, everybody, for that.
I have one other motion from, since I have another fun one. Mrs. Parika?
Oh.
Gladly. How would you like it? I want to know.
Then don't go home.
Might not come back.
Okay. From the docket of May 5th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the school department to exercise the first option year to the H.L. Bloom Transportation Contract that was initially entered into on July 1st, 2012, and was approved at the March 17th, 2015 school committee meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. DeVito. Okay? Okay. We had Mark Furtado before us tonight. Mr. Denley did yeoman's work today with some questioning of both Mr. Furtado and our auditor, Deb Gould. I want to thank Deb for coming in tonight. While we didn't have any questions for her, she was available to us to answer any questions. I want to thank her for the time she spent with me as well today, to make sure that questions were answered. While this isn't a clean and smooth situation, I think budgetarily, this one makes a lot more sense than going out to bid, as North Attleboro did. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor for the budgetary reasons that we talked about earlier tonight. Thank you.
Any other comments? Done.
Thank you. I did have some concerns. I addressed them with Deb Gould, who brought them to Mr. Furtado. While we're not in full compliance with some sections of the contract, Mr. Furtado seemed to have some urgency to try and fix that. So putting that aside, the numbers are good numbers. Looking at other cities, looking at other increases, it seems like we locked in this contract before certain regulations went into place that could balloon it into something like a 12% increase rather than something like a 2 to 4% increase. So as much as I have some concerns that we're not in full compliance with the contract, I have reassurances that we will become in full compliance with that contract. Setting that aside, I think it's a good financial decision for the city. It's the best we're gonna get. So I will be voting in favor of this for the financial, monetary, and fiscal reasons.
Thank you, Mr. Denley. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, this requires a roll call vote, and we'll start with Ms. Hagan.
Ms. Hagan.
Ms. Hegney? Yes. Ms. Bricker?
She's abstaining.
That's right, she's abstained, yeah. Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
9 yeas.
0 nays,
No nays.
one abstain. Thank you. I didn't plan on all that tonight, but I want to thank my colleagues for their input. Call for committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Mr. Denley, do you have any business this evening?
No, reporting for the Committee on Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters. I have no business tonight. However, I'd like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Mr. Churchill,
Mr. President, should I do mine and then yours after?
do you have both copies?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, well,
And I'll get them to you before you leave, don't
there
forget.
you go. You're up.
I'm not the brightest bulb in the place here. Okay, from licensing, reporting from license, I have several motions. I move to approve the application of a 2015 renewal Hackers Peddlers license to sell ice cream and frozen lemonade from Ron Pelagi, Peter Pelagi Brothers, Inc., 228 Delta Drive, Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Second.
No comments. Check with the police. They've done everything they're supposed to do, and this is an ongoing thing every year. Mr. Pelagi's been around almost as long as you have, Mr. President.
Fast and furious.
That's as bad as it's okay.
Any comments?
No, sir, I do not have
Any
it.
other comments?
It's getting late.
This requires
Voice.
Voice
Voice
vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
From the docket of May 5th, 2015, I move to approve the application of 2015 Ring a Bell license from Ron Pelagi Brothers, 28 Delta Drive, Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Second.
That's a renewal.
Then I didn't say renewal, sir?
Didn't say renewal.
Can I reiterate, it's a renewal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no comments, it goes with the first motion.
Any other comments from the councils? Hearing none, this also requires a voice vote. All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, sir.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Another motion from the 215th, May 5th docket. I move to approve the application for a 2015 renewal Hackney carriage driver's license from Peter Andrew Sorrell, 255 Elm Street, Apartment 2, North Attleboro, Mass.
Second.
Any comments?
Checked with the police. As you know, that there was a controversy between renewal application fingerprints and original application fingerprints, and the chief resolved that with the city clerk. And this gentleman is compliant, and I have no comments.
And this also requires a voice vote, right?
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you, sir. From May 5th again, I move to approve the application for a 215 new Hackney carriage driver's license from Timothy George Theodoros. I think he's French. 23040 Cedar Street, Dayton, Mass.
Second.
And because this is a new Hackney carriage license, he did have to get fingerprinted and pay the fee, and he did.
Ms. Hagan?
I just want to reiterate what we said in committee. This is recommends denial. We voted it out of committee for a vote, but the Timothy George Theodoros, or whatever his name is, it did say police department did not.
Yeah, she didn't put that on this slip.
No, she didn't, but I'm just saying, it's happened to me when I was the
okay.
chair
All
before,
right.
so I'm not stepping on your toes, it says denial.
Does anybody want to do a vote?
We should have a roll call vote. And,
Okay.
I'd just like to say I will also follow the police chief's recommendation and vote no.
Yeah. I apologize. I was depending too much on my administrative assistant to...
Ooh, don't throw her under the bus.
I'm not making an excuse.
Oh. Never mind.
So my comment is that she is correct. It was denied on the original, and I will also recommend that we deny it.
We'll require a roll call vote on this, please. And
Mr. Dudley?
Starting with,
No.
No?
No,
No.
it means we don't want to give him his license, right?
Correct.
Okay,
No.
I'm sorry.
Yep. Mr. Churchill?
No.
Mr. Conti?
No.
Mr. Waite?
Nope.
Mr. Kirby?
No.
Mr. Blair?
no.
Mr. Thibodeau?
No.
Mr. Cooper?
No.
Ms. Parika?
No.
Ms. Heckman?
No.
10 yeas, no yeas.
Motion fails.
Failed.
It's this one.
Yeah, I'm on the wrong sheet right now, Jeremy. It's late. From the docket of April 21st, I move to approve the application for a new 2015 Class 2 auto license from Automized Inc., 923 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass., for 7 customer parking spaces, 33 display spaces.
Second.
Any comments, Mr. Chair?
I have visited the place twice. The second time there were cars on the lot, but they didn't have the license, and I called our administrative assistant, and she said that was okay. I have not spoken to the guy. I looked at the facility, and he couldn't cheat if he wanted to. It's a very small lot, and pretty much that's what he's going to do, and I recommend we approve it.
Okay, any other comments, questions? Hearing none, this also just requires a
Voice
vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you, sir. From April 21st, I move to approve the application for an amended license for 3 10,000-gallon gasoline underground storage tanks and 1 8,000-gallon diesel tank from Cumberland Farms, Inc., 100 Crossing Boulevard, Framingham, Mass., for the property located at 220 Pleasant Street, Attleboro, Mass. Said premises being assessed as Plot 58, Lot 22, 4715.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Mr. Churchill?
Well, as you know, there's an expansion going on there. The tanks that are in the ground that are 10,000 gallons are not only approved by the local public safety officials that are required, it also goes through the state. So we're just like a secondary approval, and I don't have any problem with it.
Now, regarding fuel tanks, does this require a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Requires a roll call vote, starting with
Ms. Hegney? Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one more difficult motion, but this is from February 17th, 2015. I move to revoke the 2015 Class 2 auto license of AOK license, doing business as AOK Car Sales, 650 Washington Street, South Attleboro, Mass., for 57 display spaces, 12 customer parking spaces, for the following reasons. 1, several similar complaints from customers related to being unable to obtain a sticker. 2, displayed a very poor business practice by writing a $4,999 check to a customer with insufficient funds. And 3, and most important, that the owner is not a proper person to operate this business.
Second.
Any comments, Mr. Churchill?
This is an ongoing
Yeah.
situation that's been going on for quite some time. And in all fairness to the gentleman, besides the public hearing, behind the scenes, he was given every chance to rectify some of the concerns, and he did not do that. And as much as I hate to recommend that we take his license, I support this motion.
Any other comments? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I too will support this motion. I do not believe that the owner is a proper person to operate the business. They have shown under their leadership poor business practice after poor business practice after poor business practice. I had trouble with this car dealer as former license chair. I don't know if it goes back further, but I do not believe that the individual who is the primary applicant for this license is a proper person to operate a business, and for that reason, I will vote yes to revoke the license.
Okay. Ms. Parika?
Thank you, President Blair. I wanted to just take a moment and thank Councilor Churchill. You've worked really hard on this and really extended the olive branch to him repeatedly to try and get him to become a proper person. My only concern, and I will support this, my only concern is I know that one of the complainants is a little concerned about the revocation solely because she has a judgment from him and is concerned if where he won't have the license anymore, like what will happen to what her claim is. I don't have an answer to that. I just wanted to voice what her concern was. She's fully in support of revoking it, but she's very concerned about her getting her appropriation. But again, just thank you very much for that.
Ms. Hagan?
If he can answer that question, because that was going to be one of my questions too, is what would happen for all those complaints that we got from those people, whether they have a court judgment, whatever. But I believe if they have a court judgment, that court, I had to get money from somebody and they went to a personal whatever. And I just want to say, I've known one of the complainants and it has nothing to do with any of my decision here tonight. I just want to say, I look at this, everything totally objective, and I don't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Not to belay this, sir, in answer to your question, Counselor, when these people did write and finally put things in writing, and some of them that took a little courage, I explained to them that this honorable body could not get them restitution.
Right.
That the only thing that we could do, if it was applicable, was to take away his license. And my understanding from many of them is that they were satisfied with that answer. As to what the judgment is, I don't know what's going to happen. My feeling is, because of the third statement here, he's not a reputable person. I don't think, no matter what the judgment is, that they're going to be chasing him for the money. And that's just an opinion, it's not a fact.
Yeah, my opinion is that, so think of any business, so say Cumberland Farms, right? They have a bunch of locations and they have licenses for all their locations. Say you got injured at one of their locations and then they lost the license for that location. You could still sue them, they're still a business, they're still an LLC. So just because this AOK Used Cars LLC no longer has a license does not mean that they no longer are a business. So they should be suable in court. Whether or not they have the money to pay if they lose a lawsuit is out of our control. But this should not affect the ability to prosecute if you feel you've been wronged in some manner or another. Now, actually getting that money back is a whole different story.
Sure.
But we're not disbanding the organization, the company, or the LLC. We're just revoking their license to practice in Attleboro. For all we know, they have branches in Framingham or Foxborough or no other branches, but they're still a company. So in my opinion, it would not harm the individuals who are seeking restitution.
Thank you for your clarity on that. I'm sure that our shared constituent is happy to hear those words, so thank you.
This requires a roll call vote, and we will be starting with
Jeremy.
Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dinley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all I have from licensing committee. I ask for a subcommittee meeting at the correct time. If I may, I'll continue with Public Works.
Certainly.
On the docket of May 5th, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $1,205,359 and any other figure grant amendments into Fund 3106, Chapter 90 projects for the purpose of funding Chapter 90 eligible projects as approved by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation, Mass DOT.
Second.
Any comments, Mr. Churchill?
It's an annual thing. It's been going on since I've been working for the city. I think it's called Chapter 90 because that used to be the motor vehicle violation too. Am I allowed to go back that far? No. At any rate.
Still called Chapter 90.
It's good for the city.
Thank you. No other questions from council? Okay, this requires a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Hagney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dinley?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, sir. From the docket of May 5th, I move to approve the request of the mayor to lay out Riverfront Drive as a public way and accept the way and related drainage, water, or sewer facilities or easements pursuant to Mass General Law 82, subsection 2 and subsection 16-2.1 of the revised ordinance of the city, all shown on the plan and profile entitled Riverfront Drive, Attleboro, Mass. Acceptance Plan and Profile by Horsley Written Group dated 4-10-2015, 1 inch equals 40 feet, which plan and profile have been deemed satisfactory to the superintendent of public works.
Second.
Any comment, Mr. Churchill?
The comment is this is a project that's related to so many other projects, and we're in it now.
Yeah. Okay.
We have no choice.
Okay. Any other comments? Hearing none, this requires a roll call vote, and it will start with Ms. Hagney.
Jeremy?
Ms. Dunn.
Mr. Dinley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, sir. Related to that, May 5th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to accept a deed from the Attleboro Redevelopment Authority conveying the city of Attleboro the fee in the land in which the Riverfront Drive is located.
Second.
And my comment to that is, we're really in it now. That's all I have to say.
Any other comments or questions? It is getting silly. It must be almost 11. Hearing none, that requires a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Hagney.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dinley?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
And last motion, sir, I move to approve the petition from the National Grid and Verizon of 280 Melrose Street, Providence, Rhode Island, to relocate pole number 6710, 26 feet south, 26 feet either positive or negative southeast to accommodate the proposed roadway entrance to the new Riverfront Drive.
Second.
Any comment?
And once again, the quicksand is getting deeper. But again, part of the project. We have no choice.
Thank you. Any comment or question? Hearing none. Is that required?
Voice.
Voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of your committee, I call for an appropriate subcommittee meeting next week at the right time.
Thank you very much.
That's all I have from Public Works.
Thanks for taking care of that tonight, Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for capital improvements and city development, I have one announcement and one motion. The announcement is that the public may attend Cumberland Farms and buy a dispensed beverage between May 6th, which is tomorrow, to June 3rd, and for every beverage dispensed in a machine in Cumberland Farms, they will donate 10 cents to the Community Development for Attleboro, Inc., and they're having a big kickoff Thursday, May 6th, from 3 to 4. You're all invited at 290 County Street in Attleboro. Now the motion. From the docket of April 7th, 2015, I move to approve the administration's proposed program year 2015 Community Development Block Grant entitlement budget for the CDBG entitlement year July 1st, 2015 through June 30th, 2016. The proposed program year 2015 annual action plan, and authorize the mayor on behalf of the city of Attleboro to submit to the Department of Housing and Urban Development the proposed CDBG budget and propose activities to be undertaken during the upcoming CDBG entitlement year.
Second.
I heard Mr. Denley before I heard Mr. Kirby, so I'm putting him down as a second. Yes, Mr. President, this CDBG program is $646,941 of support to our local neighborhoods. That is a very important part of the federal government's assistance to the operation of the city of Attleboro. And it particularly assists 7 organizations in the city, including the Literacy Center and Markman's Children's Program, the Attleboro Council on Aging, the American Credit Counseling Services, the Attleboro Recreation Department, Hebron Food Pantry, and that serves about 613 people across the city of Attleboro through the Neighborhood Stabilization Program, which is $35,510. So, the rest of the money goes to administration and public services and public facility improvements and housing and rehabilitation projects and project delivery. And I encourage my councils to support the action plan. That concludes my comments.
Mr. Denny.
Yes, I will be supporting this. I just want to say I think Dorothy Brissett has been a wonderful addition to the administration. She spearheaded this, did a great job, was able to take something off Gary Aration's plate. I think it's a wonderful, detailed plan. Kudos to her and to the administration, to Mr. Conti, and I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Mr. Denny. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none. Requires a roll call vote, starting with
Jeremy? Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Heckney?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes the business the Capital Improvement City Development Committee has to bring before the council this evening. We look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Mr. Wade, do you have any business this evening?
Oh, thank you. Reporting from zoning and land use. Oh, I have no business this evening, Mr. President. However, I call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Brian, you're all set.
I'm all set. Been there, done that.
Been there, done that. Mr. Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for transportation and traffic, I have no business this evening. I'd like to call for the committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Reporting for Public Safety and Emergency Management from the docket of May 5th, 2015. I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $8,690 to account 121010000-558310, police uniforms, from account 112410000-578300 citywide reserve fund for transfer relative to purchase police uniforms, which is a contractual obligation.
Second.
Comments, Mr.
No, we talked about it last week in committee, and it's according to the collective bargaining agreement, the police department shall purchase one uniform shirt and one uniform pant for each police officer.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none?
Just a quick clarification, because I want to make sure, because my brother's not part of the union, so this is through him, so he's not included in that uniform, right? I don't know if, I just want to make, because with that would be a financial gain inadvertently, so, but I don't believe so. I just wanted to confer with
In my opinion, Ms. Hegney, it's not
just wanted to
because
double
she's
check.
not a part of the
President, that's a
union.
contractual item that doesn't affect her brother. She can vote.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You should
And I'm
know.
not a lawyer.
I just thought of that, sorry.
But you are a former chief, so you would know.
Okay, thank you very much.
It doesn't need any of that. It says right here, according to the collective bargaining.
Right.
agreement.
It's a collective-
Not
it's
a
a-
member of the agreement.
Right.
I just wanted to
Okay.
double check.
Certainly.
This
Ms.
is
Higbee?
Yes.
Mr. Parika? Ms. Parika?
Yes.
I apologize. Sincerely.
Sorry.
It was good.
It's getting late. I'm usually in bed by now.
Don't worry about it.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Is that all, Mr. Cooper?
Yes, that concludes the business for public safety and emergency management. Call for committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Ms. Parika?
Thank you. I have 4 motions today, so reporting for city property and claims. From the docket of May 5th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $36,950.10 from account 100035900 undesignated fund balance free cash to account 11241000585075 citywide sprinkler fire alarm system for repairs to be made to 12 different city buildings.
Second.
Any comments? Mr. Parika?
I discussed it at length during the committee meeting last week. I do have a packet here if anyone is interested of what the very specific repairs are. It's from Fire Department headquarters, the mayor's house, City Hall, the West Street Fire Station, Parks and Rec, Council on Aging, the Police Department, Water Treatment Plant, Wastewater Treatment Plant, Twin Village Fire, Brander, and Briggs, and the APL. So it's needs to be done. I spoke to the chief. He reviewed it all as well, and we need to be, all of our buildings need to come in within compliance.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, requires a roll call vote, starting with?
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of May 5th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $5,581 from account 112410005873395 citywide improvement to HVAC to account 11241000578300 citywide reserve fund for transfer as transferred funding for the HVAC unit at the Shane Building are complete and these funds are no longer needed.
Second.
Thank you. This also requires, any comments or questions?
Again, we discussed it in committee meeting last week. We took a vote on November 4th to appropriate $19,550. It came in under at $13,969. So now we get to put, $5,500 back in the revolving fund.
Thank you, Ms. Parika. Any other questions, comments? Hearing none. This requires a roll call vote, and it starts with
Ms. Hegney?
Ms. Hagan.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Ms. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Blair?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Dunley?
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of May 5th, 2015, I move in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30B, Section 12, Subsection B, to approve the school department's 60-month lease with Canon USA for digital equipment for the Graphic Arts Department in CTE.
Second.
Any comments? Ms.
Sure, again,
Baker?
we did talk about it at length in committee, but this new copier, this is a Canon copier that will be replacing the 40-year-old, give or take, a couple of years on either side, pneumatic press for the graphic arts department. So it's really very necessary. The kids will have a better understanding of how things work. We also, most importantly, we get a $60,000 incentive back to the schools from Canon. So that is a very nice price as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Brayton. Ms. Denham.
Yes, I just want to say, so this is a motion for us to approve a lease. We got submitted a full lease. I know Councilor Parika read it, I read it. We don't serve on the same committee, so we went through it together. So this is good to go, and I'm happy to approve a lease.
Roll call vote starting with?
Mr. Dunley,
Yes.
Mr. Churchill,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Waite,
Yes.
Mr. Kirby,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau,
Yes.
Mr. Cooper,
Yes.
Ms. Parika,
Yes,
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Thank you, motion passed.
thank you. And finally, from the docket of May 5th, 2015, I move in accordance with Section 2-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to approve the following water department items as surplus and available for disposition: 240 water meters, condition used, 1 Orion Star Bench Top HP Fluoride Multimeter, serial number E01306, no longer works, and 1 Simplex Consecutive Time Clock, serial number B323562003W, also no longer works.
Second.
Any comments or questions?
No, it's our bi-monthly, or every other month, excuse me. It's getting late, so now I can't even count anymore. We do this all the time for those water meters, we send them off, and I just got a new communication down for another 240. That would conclude my comments on that.
Any other comments or questions?
I got myself confused.
Hearing none, that requires a roll call vote starting with?
Ms. Hegney,
Yes.
Mr. Parika, Ms. Parika,
Yes,
uh,
that was funny.
Mr. Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau,
Yes.
Mr. Blair,
Yes.
Mr. Kirby,
Yes.
Mr. Waite,
Yes.
Mr. Conti,
Yes.
Mr. Churchill,
Yes.
Mr. Dunley,
Yes.
10 yeas, no nays.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. I just have one thing to let my fellow counselors know. The last committee meeting of the month, I believe it's the 26th, Carol Brown and the mayor will be down to discuss the public surplus website. So if it's possible, I would very much appreciate it. I know many of you have questions and concerns about that. If you could send your questions to Linda, she'll get them to me or send them to me directly. If I could have it a few days before. Carol's never presented in front of council before, so we want to make this a nice, warm, and loving environment for her, where she's not scared or intimidated whatsoever, and that she has a little bit of prep work in front of her so that she knows what to expect. So I would appreciate any kind of comments or questions from my fellow councilors. That being said, that concludes the business for city property and claims for this evening, and I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Ms. Hegney.
It's a field goal. No business this evening for reporting for personnel, human services, call for a committee meeting at the next, the next appropriate time.
Before I go on, we have one new business from Mr. Denley, but also Frank asked me to mention that Good Energy is having a meeting or whatever at the high school on 5 to 7 p.m. on Thursday. Informative meeting, I imagine, open to the public and anybody that has interest in lowering your monthly electric bill. I urge them to attend, and it should be very informative as it was to us, and give them an idea what's going on. Okay. There's no order of old business. We have one new business, Mr. Denley.
Thank you, Acting President Blair. From the docket of May 19th, 2015, I move to refer the following matter to the appropriate committee for study and recommendation to ban the sale of nicotine and nicotine products to individuals under the age of 18 years old within the city of Attleboro. This includes, but is not limited to, liquids including nicotine, e-cigarettes, and liquid vaporizers utilized to consume nicotine products.
Second.
Comment, Mr.?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it brief because it's late. So pretty much we all read in the newspaper a big expose that lots of cities and towns near us ban these nicotine-laden products to individuals under 18, but Attleboro did not. So I called the mayor, called the police chief. Turns out that is true. We only ban tobacco and tobacco-derived products. Nowadays, you can create nicotine in a lab, throw it in some Fruity Pebble juice, and technically you could sell it to a 6-year-old. And I didn't feel that was appropriate. I think most of us around the Horseshoe do not feel that it's appropriate for young children to be able to be legally sold either nicotine-laden items or devices used to smoke or utilize those nicotine-laden items. So that's my new business. I know no one can talk to the state solicitor until it is assigned to a committee, but I did want to fast track this, so Linda and I, who can talk to each other all we want, kind of drafted up some draft language. So I have some draft language for everyone, because I do want to fast track this. I'm hoping by late June we can get this passed and it can take effect quickly. I don't want us to be known as like the loophole city, where all the kids can come and buy their nicotine juice before it's banned. So I would hope that I would get my counselor's support on this. I don't need your support right now. This is just to bring it in as new business. We will discuss it quickly, but I do intend to very quickly fast track this as much as I can. Just in case you're looking at the new business, what Linda did was we have, I believe 11-17 is tobacco and tobacco products. So we added 11-18 electronic cigarettes. 11-18.1 explains the devices utilized to smoke nicotine-laden products. 11-18.2 goes ahead and says that no person or business shall sell or offer to sell all of those devices that you can use to use those nicotine-laden products, and then further includes liquid nicotine or any other substance containing nicotine, and it bans the sale of those products to individuals under 18 years of age in the city of Attleboro. That's our jurisdiction. 11-18.4, which is probably a typo, should probably be 18.3, has the penalties that have come down. For the first offense, $100, for the second offense, $200, for the third offense, $500. I would like those numbers to be higher. They seem really low for like a business. If you can sell 10 e-cigarettes and you get one fine, you're still making a profit. So Linda and I were unsure if we were constrained by Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 21D, to those specific fines, or if we have discretion to increase them. If this is assigned to my committee, I will talk to the state solicitor, see if we can get those numbers a little bit higher so it's really more of a penalty, so you can't sell enough to make up for your fine. So that's what I'm looking to do. I think it seems really reasonable and common sense, and I'd hope that my counselors would support me bringing this in as new business.
Just great. I swear. It's interesting that you bring this out tonight. I know you've had it, but I don't know if you read your company newsletter.
Yep.
Right in there, it says teen use of e-cigarettes rose 300% between 2013 and 2014, per the New York Times last month. So it's perfect timing. I see it all the time up at the high school. I have kids that have smoked it on my bus, but I don't have any control over that because it's not tobacco. So you have my support, and thank you for your work.
Thank you. Voice vote on this. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I'm going to assign that to the ordinance, elections, and legislative matters. I'm sure you'll do a great job with it.
Thank you, President Blair.
Get it done. Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Been a delicious evening.
My mother has Murphy.